Hello. Where there is a will, there is a way. Amidst of these unforeseen situations, IIT Bhubaneswar now is commencing one more session of the year. A pleasant morning and a hearty welcome to everyone presented here. It is my immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Director, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, Chief Guest of today's inaugural session, Dr. Omkar Roy, Professor R.K. Panda, Dean, AA and IR, Dr. Prashant Kumar Sahu, PIC, VARCoE, all the participants, eminent dignitaries, guests and attendees of offline and online, a warm welcome to the WAVR 2021. I request the student volunteers to present bouquets to the chief guest, Dr. Omkar Roy.
I suggest that you hand over there at the screen.
Yes, you just.
Please go close to the screen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for all your honor.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request her to present a bouquet as a sign of pleasant gesture to our Honorable Director, Harvi Rajkumar, Professor Harvi Rajkumar.
Let's be quick. Huh? Yeah, thank you.
Now, I once again request to present a bouquet as a part of pleasant gesture to our Dean, Professor R.K. Panda. Thank you so much. Now let us commence the session. WAVR annual events are being conducted every year by the Virtual and Augmented Reality Center of Excellence at IIT Bhubaneswar. VARCoE has been operational at IIT since 2018. VR and AR tremendously enhances the human potential visualization of processes and scenarios. Thus, they have a massive innovation potential across a wide range of industries and research fields such as product and skill development, health and medical sciences, art and architecture, transportation, construction, tourism, entertainment, education, and productivity of software. VARCoE spearheads these efforts at IIT Bhubaneswar, and this workshop is a part of the plan. Now, I would like to introduce our Dean, Professor R.K. Panda, Academic Affairs and International Relations, and also he's the HOS of SUOECS. Professor R.K. Panda has served in various capacities at IIT Bhubaneswar and IIT Kharagpur, published more than 75 publications in reputed journals, and received several awards and honors, including Dr. Gopal Chandra Patnaik Award 2004 by the Orisha Vigyan Prachar Samiti, Commendation Medal by the Indian Society of Agricultural Engineering for the year 2003-4 for excellence in teaching and research. He is a fellow of Indian Water Resource Society 2015. Now I invite our Professor Dr. R.K. Panda to give a welcome address on this occasion. Please, warm welcome to the session, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Esteemed Chief Guest of the program, Dr. Omkar Roy, DG STPI, esteemed Director of the Institute, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, PIC of the Center of Excellence, Virtual Reality and Augmented Reality, Dr. P.K. Sahu, faculty colleagues, staff, officers, and dear students and participants of this workshop and hackathon. So, on behalf of the Virtual Reality and Augmented Reality Center of Excellence, I welcome all of you to this workshop and hackathon organized by the Center of Excellence and the Institute. So, as you know, this Center of Excellence was established as a collaborative in this institute. This is unique of its own kind in the IIT system, and this was established with active support of Government of Odisha, STPI, then philanthropists like Srimati Sushmita Bagchi and Sri Subrat Bagchi. As a goodwill gesture, they contributed immensely, and this could be established. And the center is doing very well, and this is one of the programs of the center. Center is involved in collaboration, with the industry and academia globally. So the main focus of the center is use of AI, ARVR in skill development, healthcare, transport, construction, tourism, entertainment, and education. So this workshop and hackathon is a part of the activities, annual activities of the center. So I'm not going to stretch much on this. So this is mainly the center is trying to focus on research and teaching and services for development of advanced methods and algorithms for near real three-dimensional uses of interfaces and exploratory data analysis in virtual environment. Emphasis is being held on application-driven interdisciplinary research in collaboration with reputed global institutes, academic and R&D institutes, partner industries covering areas like defense, simulation science, production technology, product development, neuroscience, architecture, and healthcare. Our Center of Excellence highlights the growth and development of augmented and virtual reality solution for achieving the digital transformation. So there are 9 projects funded by the center and running under the umbrella of center and the center. There are 9 projects mentored by the faculty of this institute running under the umbrella of the center. So this activity of the center, this workshop and hackathon, so this here the focus is to share with the domain experts and the participants what the center has been doing, and the main activity to be focused in the center. So we have eminent speakers from industry and academia who will deliver talks. So a total of 5 talks are arranged to enlighten the participants with the AR and VR technology. A total of 20 teams are shortlisted for this year's WAVR 2021 hackathon. Similarly, 7 teams are shortlisted for startup colloquia. So eminent academicians and industry experts have been invited to conduct the technical sessions as well as hackathon and startup colloquia. The 3 best teams will be awarded with first, second, and third prize of 50,000 Indian rupees, 30,000 and 20,000 Indian rupees respectively. A seed grant facility is up to 5 lakhs for the best startups, ideas, and a chance to be mentored by best brains of the country in the domain will be available to them, as well as 1 week internship at QWR industry and 1 week leadership program at the STPI Bhubaneswar will be arranged to the successful participants in the hackathon. So with these few words, I leave the stage and I would invite our esteemed director to address the gathering on behalf of the institute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefing about the session. Now, I request Professor R.V. Rajkumar to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Onkar Roy, Director General, STPI, New Delhi. A host of other dignitaries present here and participating in a virtual mode. Professor R.K. Panda, our Dean Alumni Affairs and International Relations. Dr. Prashant Sahu, the professor in charge of the ARVR Center of Excellence created at IIT Bhubaneswar. Esteemed faculty members, students, participants from across the country. Please turn off these lights. Across the country, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the hackathon on augmented and virtual reality. Then a workshop being conducted on the same occasion, which is going to run for 2 days, including today and tomorrow. And I take pleasure in taking you to 2018 and discuss briefly about or mention briefly about the genesis of this activity that has been started at IIT Bhubaneswar. As many of us are aware, augmented and virtual reality are very important areas. Of course, there are variations like mixed reality, which can be broadly put under augmented and virtual reality. There is a lot of need, a great need for development of human resources in this important area in our country. Certainly, taking the clarion call from none other than Sri Narendra Modi ji, our Prime Minister, we have been engaged in a couple of activities which encourage entrepreneurship. Make in India has been one clarion call given by him in the past. And 1 year back, at the onset of the pandemic, he also was trying to inspire every Indian to work towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. The pandemic caught the whole world off guard. There were several learnings that happened from the pandemic. Logistics has been a big problem. There was a need for distributed manufacturing. We didn't have scope to immediately import certain equipment because of restrictions on the transportation front. Such learnings certainly called for Atmanirbhar Bharat and maybe Atmanirbhar any country, Atmanirbhar X in that sense when we globalize the same term and the same call to the entire world. So therefore, going by these two clarion calls given by Honorable Prime Minister, so it was felt very important that we need to create new generation entrepreneurs who can do some manufacturing activity and who can do some innovations, bring in some innovations and provide some leadership, certain leadership to our country in this area of augmented and virtual reality. There has been a grand scope. Therefore, it is for the premier institutions and other educational institutions in the country to respond. Thanks to some well-wishers of IIT Bhubaneswar, including Sri Subrato Bakshi ji, Srimati Sushmita Bakshi ji, and Dr. Onkar Roy, Manas Panda from STPI, and some think tank from our own institute, we felt that IIT Bhubaneswar should start a center of excellence in this very important area. That's how it became a reality. Thanks to again Srimati Sushmita Bakshi and Sri Subrata Bakshi. They came forward by putting in the first installment of their own personal money or to the tune of rupees 2.5 crores for the initiation of the project. And then immediately STPI and the MSME department of the government of Odisha too contributed rupees 2.5 crores each to start with, and thus the Center of Excellence got started with a humble beginning of with the fungible support of rupees 7.5 crores. And this Center of Excellence was initiated with certain objectives. The objectives are, the broad objectives are clear: to encourage manufacturing in this area, research and manufacturing in this area by the side of developing human resources in this area. So therefore, we initiated research projects, developing laboratories at IIT Bhubaneswar. The Research and Entrepreneurship Park of IIT Bhubaneswar took up this initiative, took up this in its fold, and thus started the Center of Excellence in Augmented and Virtual Reality. Last year, the center started holding a pan-India hackathon in this area, in this very important area, to encourage budding entrepreneurs and particularly students of engineering colleges to come forward with innovative ideas and also make a beginning through a startup. And last year has been the last year's exercise has been a very very successful exercise. As many as 60 teams participated from across the whole country, from Tamil Nadu, Kerala to the state of Gujarat. And there was a lot of excitement. We had a very successful hackathon that took place last year. So the hackathon was designed to be an annual event, and therefore this year too. So we have started we are inaugurating today the hackathon. And despite the pandemic time, as many as about 30 teams, 30 is, while 30 is a small number for normal time, it's a significant number during the pandemic time. So therefore, here we are inaugurating the hackathon. And I'm sure within a few years from now, the prize winning teams from the hackathons would make a good beginning and would make their startups come up, spring up, and that would certainly add to creation of companies in this very important area. Well, carrying on research projects is a normal activity in institutes like the IITs, and we have some projects started in-house and the projects have been continuing. It's heartening to see that in the workshop organized on this occasion, some of them are going to present about what they are doing on research front in this area. The Center of Excellence also has a mandate to carry on some technology developments like developing some simulation systems which can help in skilling people. And that activity is going on in certain areas like the driving simulators and navigation aids. Some developmental work has been happening, and I would like to mention that this area needs to be further strengthened. We need more of such developments taking place at the institute and across the other institutes as well. One of the endeavors has been to expand the beginning of the activity that got started here to also other institutes slowly, and see that it becomes a global level endeavor. One of the natural activities is to have peer learning in this area. In order to provide this peer learning and to help those who are researching in this area, this workshop is being organized. It's being organized with participation from the industry and academia both. So we learn from each other. And then the workshop is also going to be a regular feature, not just an annual feature. It's going to be a regular feature. We had one in the past, about 1.5 years, and this is the next one. Hopefully, this workshop would become a regular feature in this area. And with all such activities put together, we hope to create an ecosystem in this area. I would like to admit that on the development of laboratory front, so there is some time taken, and the pandemic added some difficulties to it. On behalf of Dr. Prashant Sahu, the professor in charge, I would like to assure everyone that the next time we meet, on the next occasion, you will be hearing about the lab becoming a reality. And certainly even planning the laboratory also is a challenging task, to have the state-of-art the equipment, and to see that the laboratory is equipped with the state-of-art equipment. You need to be very attentive and see the state-of-art across the whole globe and create the best of it. And that's what is being done as far as the laboratory activity is concerned. I would like to take this opportunity to once again thank the support rendered to the Center of Excellence from Srimati Sushmita Bakshi, Shri Subrata Bakshi, Dr. Onkar Rai, and his associate, Mr. Manas Panda, Dr. Prashant Sahu, the professor in charge, and all the faculty colleagues who are involved in carrying out the activity, including running the projects, and my colleague, the Dean sponsored research, for their active and enthusiastic participation in this area. I'm glad that Dr. Onkar Roy is here with us, participating as the chief guest of this function. He has been involved from day one, and we are getting excellent support from STPI, both the central organization from Delhi as well as the regional organization here in Bhubaneswar. With this, some forewords, I would like to wish a great time for all the participants and all the speakers and other participants in this event for today and tomorrow, and I hope that this would be yet another stepping stone or yet another milestone in the history of VARCoE, and that it will help VARCoE in going on a speedy ascent in helping this country in creating an ecosystem in this area. So with this, I would like to thank once again Dr. Onkar Rai for his participation, and for all the participants who are participating in this grand event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for precisely explaining the humble beginnings of VARCoE, emphasizing the contributions of stalwarts who acted as backbone for the VARCoE, motivating the participants for the upcoming events, and also hoping for regularization of these workshops in nearby future. Today, we are extremely delighted to have Dr. Onkar Rai as our chief guest. I would like to introduce our chief guest of today's inaugural session. Dr. Onkar Rai is the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, a premier government organization working for the promotion of IT, ITES, ESDM industry in India. He had 25 years of experience in IIESDM sector, working very closely with government and ITESDM industry. He has been instrumental in formulating interfaces among industry, academia, and ITESDM industry, and thereby promoting startups, entrepreneurship, innovation, and software product creation in the country. He served in National Informatics Center in various capacities. At present, he is serving as Chairman AIC STPI Next Initiative and Director on the Board of Directors of MTNL STPI IT Services Limited and Haryana State Electronics Development Corporation Limited. He has been contributing immensely in shaping of programs and policies of these entities. He is also the chairman of IT and ITS Sectional Committee of Bureau of Indian Standards. He is a member of governing body of School of Open Learning, Delhi University, Board of Governors for the IIT University, Bhubaneswar, and Executive Council of Sri Vishwakarma Skill University. He is also a member of Standing Committee of Council of IIITs and Coordination Forum of IITs and MHRD of MHRD GY for his enormous contributions towards exemplifying the vision of Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya in public fora. DHU has conferred the Distinguished Alumnus Award on Dr. Rai. For his outstanding contribution in bringing transformative changes in IT industry, the GLA University has conferred the DSC Honoris Causa on Dr. Rai, and the Indian Express Group conferred the Digital Icon Award. It is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Omkar Rai to address the audience. Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The dignitaries present on this occasion, Professor R.V. Raja Kumar, respected Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor R.K. Panda, Dean, IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor P.K. Sahu, IIT Bhubaneswar, and the leader of VARCoE, participants in this workshop, hackathon, startup colloquium, and other boys and girls. I'm very glad to be here, and I must thank IIT Bhubaneswar, its esteemed director, Professor R.V. Raja Kumar, for affording this opportunity to me to witness this inaugural of a very important event, which is not only the workshop, not only the hackathon, but it's also an entire process of selection of the startups in this very area of augmented reality and virtual reality. Professor R.V. Raja Kumar has greatly explained about the entire foundation, background of establishment of this AR and VR Center of Excellence, the participants, the collaborators, the objective, the mandate, the success made so far, the journey undertaken so far. I must say that this first of its kind collaborative Center of Excellence that is being led by IIT Bhubaneswar is going to make a great mark in times to come in terms of delivering the technology products, the know-how, the knowledge, the standards, the offerings, the solutions in this very emerging technology that is augmented reality and virtual reality. We have seen, as also mentioned by Professor Raja Kumar, that during this COVID-19 pandemic, we have understood, realized several challenges, several vulnerabilities that one society, one nation can have. That led to the clarion call, as explained by him, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And therefore, it is utmost important for us to develop indigenous technologies in all emerging fields, including augmented reality and virtual reality. Not only we democratize these technologies so that the young boys and girls and the people at large from this nation, from this country could leverage, benefit and participate in this technology, but could also develop future technologies so that India becomes home in a times to come of emerging technologies which are so futuristic which is a world-class product, world-class technology, which is also used by other nations, other people, other geographies. It is the way forward. The Atmanirbharta, the self-reliance is a continuous process. And therefore, we have to keep in mind the importance of development of indigenous technologies, application platforms in almost all the fields of knowledge, including augmented reality and virtual reality. I foresee IIT Bhubaneswar and Bhubaneswar, Odisha in particular, as a leader in capitalizing in utilizing the augmented reality and virtual reality technologies, going for the fact that Odisha is a tourist-friendly place. We have large number of different kind of sites, tourist spots, and during this COVID-19, we have understood that these physical visits to these spots, tourism as such, is going to change so dramatically, and therefore these technologies which are so immersive, they can be used to create a virtual site where either before deciding on the visiting that site or even after deciding to visit that site, one can feel and experience the site where they actually intend to make a visit. This is going to transform and generate a lot of wealth. It's actually the way forward, and I'm very sure that it would also become, in times to come, it would also become one of the activities of this Center of Excellence, and several products around this will be created. I can recall at the time of creation of this Center of Excellence, where Professor A.V. Raja Kumar was there. I recall Dr. Susmita Bagchi and Subrata Bagchi was already there. And I distinctly recall that the idea behind this Center of Excellence was to create those technologies and which are so costly otherwise, and minimize the import of those technologies, create so many platforms which can actually lead to democratization of technology, a large en masse use of these technologies by all sorts of people, all walks of people. And therefore we have to keep that mandate in mind, and I'm very sure that going by the progress made so far, the indulgence of the esteemed professor of the IIT Bhubaneswar so far, and the kind of activities that have been undertaking, the kind of response that have been received so far, the kind of research project which are being undertaken by the Center of Excellence, thereby generating a lot of learning for the future. I am very sure that this Center of Excellence will actually deliver its mandate, its objective. We know that it's a very modest funding that has been organized in the collaborative manner, but I'm very sure and I'm very confident that the requirement of fund or funding would not inhibit or deter any process in future. And therefore we have to indulge into creation of technologies and products and solutions without even bothering about these funds, because I am very sure that the funds won't become a problem in times to come in future, because what is more important is to find solution, to create products and democratize those things. In the field of as such, skilling is very important thing, and this Center of Excellence, as Professor A.V. Raja Kumar has already outlined in detail, that this Center of Excellence is actually in process of creating so many simulators or skill imparting platforms, and therefore we would really look forward to development of these technologies. I must say that STPI is technology agnostic. We believe in collaboration. We are not into practicing the technology. And I'm very glad that because of this agnostic nature of STPI, we have been able to forge several collaborations across the country. Starting from the first collaboration that we had in Bhubaneswar, we have reached this Center of Excellence to 13. We have already launched 13 Center of Excellence in the field of autonomous, connected and shared vehicle, in the field of financial technology, in the field of medical technology, in the field of gaming, animation, in the field of IoT in agriculture, artificial intelligence, in blockchain, and we have already planned 12 more centers of excellence in collaborative manner. Invariably, We are working with the industry, academia, industry leaders, and bringing large pool of mentors who are available in the esteemed IT industry of India. And therefore, I must say that STPI is actually playing a major role in transforming India from IT services nation to a software product nation. I would also like to share this information to the audience that the Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and IT came up with a national policy on software product 2019 with the aim to transform India as a software product nation. We know that we have done exceedingly well in terms of IT services, where our export has grown to $147 billion in 2020-21 and 2020-21. And the overall revenue in the IT sector has grown to $194 billion. Despite COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, the IT industry has actually exhibited great resilience, owing to its strength, which lies in its esteemed manpower, which account to about 4.3 million engineers working across the value chain, across the all levels of value chain. And therefore, I must say that this has actually led to a very transformatory growth of startup ecosystem in this country. We know that we had about 38 unicorns in the technology startup ecosystem, and during the last 4 weeks itself, India has added 6 unicorns more. We had forecasted few months before that India will rise to 52 unicorns, we call it unicorns, by 2022. But the pace with which the startups are growing in this country, I am very confident that we are going to reach to those numbers even before that. That goes to show the kind of ecosystem we have in place, the kind of talent that we have in India across employed across the IT industry of India, and therefore much needed collaboration between academia, startup community, young boys and girls, students, and the mentors available in the IT industry. We can transform things. We can actually lead creation of several wonderful startups, unicorns, even in the field of augmented reality and virtual reality. Of course, these technologies are very cost intensive. However, I am very sure that going by the indulgence, going by the zeal with which the professors and the academicians of IIT Bhubaneswar are participating in this very journey, I am very sure that they would actually end up creating good platform, getting a good foundation for creation of those ideas, creation of those platforms, which would actually democratize and make things cheaper and better, cost effective for its users. With these few words, I must congratulate IIT Bhubaneswar, thank them actually for really undertaking this, leading this initiative, taking this responsibility of creation of the Center of Excellence. And I am very glad on behalf of STPI, I must congratulate IIT Bhubaneswar. I wish a great success to all the participants who are here, either they are shortlisted for Hackathon or for colloquia. I am very sure that they will leverage from the infrastructure, from the talent and the mentorship that is being made available by IIT Bhubaneswar to them. And this VARCoE has to become a leader in the entire ecosystem, set new standards, set new benchmarks for the entire startup movement or Center of Excellence movement, which is taking shape in this country. Once again, I express my gratitude towards IIT Bhubaneswar, its esteemed director, its esteemed faculties for actually associating STPI with this very fantastic journey that they have undertaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the inseparable role of technology and also emphasizing the need to develop indigenous technologies, and also mentioning the role of STPI as to make India a software product nation. Finally, congratulating us with a pleasant gesture. This means a lot to us, sir. Thank you so much once again. Now, I humbly request our Honorable Director, Professor R.V. Rajkumar, to felicitate our chief guest as a token of love and respect.
So it gives me immense pleasure to hand over a memento and an Angavastra to the chief guest, Dr. Onkar Rai. I'll make it a gesture. So here, and this will be mailed to you soon after. This is the Angavastra place. Thank you. So this is a small memento made with the logo of this institute, and I'm happy to hand it over. Thank you.
We have to appreciate the pleasant gesture of our institution to felicitate the chief guest, even though it is an online program. Now, I humbly request our Dean of Alumni Affairs, Professor R.K. Panda, to felicitate our chief, our Honorable Director, Professor R.V. Rajakumar, with a memento.
I don't need felicitation. Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, reciprocating the same with same sort of respect and warmth from our director, sir, to R.K. Panda, sir.
इसमें डेफिनेशन और हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन भी है.
I humbly request Dr. Prashant Kumar Sahu, Professor in charge, VARCoE, to propose vote of thanks.
चलेगा, लिख तो सही, कुछ तो लिखा भी, मेरा ध्यान नहीं पूरा, मेरे को कॉपी पेस्ट मार देना. मैं चाहता हूँ कि जल्दी से ना 11:10 तक मेरे.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Thanks a lot. So it's my honor to propose this vote of thanks on behalf of this organizing team of WAVR 2021. This WAVR stands for the Workshop Hackathon and Startup on Augmented Virtual Reality 2021. So in this line, first of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Omkar Roy, Director General, Software Technology Park of India, for gracing today's event, WAVR 2021, and delivering the address. Thank you very much, sir, for all your supports and always there with us for all different times, all difficult times. And also I'd like to thank you for the interesting and thought-provoking address. I'm sure that all the participants enlightened themselves with your words. Thank you, sir. I'd also like to thank our director, sir, Professor R.V. Rajakumar, for his kind guidance and mentoring to make this center really visible in this sphere of AR/VR. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your supports. Also, I'd like to say that sometime I just take the decision by my own without giving sir in the loop. Sorry for that. So I got all support from our director, sir, Professor Rajakumar. So he has given me the full freedom to take the decision as well as to make this center visible. Thank you, sir. So at this point, I would like to mention that this VARCoE IIT Bhubaneswar is actively involved in designing and developing different AR/VR related applications and services. So the services are mainly related to the education, the healthcare, the entertainment, the gaming sector, as well as for the cultural sectors. So our team of faculties are working very hard in making different services and applications related to these areas. So we hope that some of the product will be visible in the next few years. I would also like to thank Professor R.K. Panda, our Dean, Alumni Affairs and International Relations, for his welcome address. Thank you, sir. Professor Panda also always with us. Whenever we need him, he always extended his support. Thank you, sir. So I also like to thanks all the invited speakers, the session chairs, the jury members Mostly the session chair, jury members and invited speakers are from industries who are working actively in AR/VR, as well as the academicians who are into this AR/VR. So on behalf of the organizing team and my own, I would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the participants who are participating in this edition of this WAVR 2021 in spite of this pandemic. Also would like to appreciate the hard work and the supports by the entire team of this WAVR 2021, the organizing team members, the session chairs, the other supporting staff members, including the engineering sections, the CITSC staff, the web designers, and the other technical staffs for the continuous supports. Thank you all for the support. I'm also thankful to the industry partners like this QWR question, what is real, and the streaming partner XROM. Special thanks to Mr. Sanan Goyal QWR and to Mr. Eddie Evil of XROM for the streaming support. Thank you. Finally, last but not the least, I'd like to thank our patrons, philanthropists like Sri Subato Bakchiji, Ms. Susmita Bakchiji, Government of Odisha, STPI, particularly STPI Director Mr. Manas Panda and DG Sir, and MEITI and Government of Odisha. Thank you all. I wish you all a very successful this 2 days. Thank you all. Thank you.
This brings us to the end of the inaugural session, and we wish all a great time for the following technical sessions. Thank you so much.
जो
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Okay.
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. So this is Dr. Mangipudi. A very warm welcome to everyone. And now this session, we will have a special speaker, Shri Neerav Jain. He is a lead software engineer from Magic Lamp, Canada. Before Magic Lamp, he was associated with the Channeler, and he has been working in this area ARVR for quite some time, for a very long time, and he has has a very long experience in this area. And today we are very happy to have him here, and he would be talking about multi-user collaborative environments in ARVR. With this, I welcome Mr. Nirav Jain to deliver his talk. Mr. Nirav, the floor is for you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me here. So, yeah, like the topic for my talk, multi-user collaborative environments. And before I begin the talk, I'll give a bit of a disclaimer that everything that I present in this talk, my thoughts, opinions, ideas, whatever is presented in this talk, this is coming from me as an individual developer. It's not on, like, I'm not here on behalf of my company Magic Leap. This is not a Magic Leap event. This is a just me as developer presenting this talk. So a bit of a background about myself. So I was born and raised in Lucknow. I did my undergrad from BITS Pilani. Ignore the name of the degree. It's a weird program that BITS had. It's still a 4-year bachelor's degree program. After that, I went to the US, did my master's in interactive entertainment from the University of Central Florida. So interactive entertainment is basically video game development. So with the background of computer science from BITS Pilani and video game development from University of Central Florida, that basically prepared me for a job at Magic Leap. So after my graduation, right away I joined Magic Leap. At that time, it was the company was relatively new. They didn't have a product back then, and I've been working with them since. My main work at, like, when I joined Magic Leap, I was just a software engineer. Past few years, I've grown to lead the SDK team now. My primary work over there is to port the Magic Leap support to the popular engines like Unity and Unreal. So adding the ability in these game engines to build and deploy applications and games on the Magic Leap device and be able to leverage all of the features that Magic Leap offers. So let's talk about collaborative environments in VR. Whenever we talk about collaboration in these fields, these kinds of images come up, that there are a few people huddled around a table. There's a hologram on the table, and they are looking at it, interacting with it, changing it dynamically. Similar images come up in the case of healthcare. This doctor, maybe he's training students who are able to observe through holograms what procedures the doctor is performing. This can also extend to a live surgery as well. It's very common for healthcare fields to have in the operation center, there are tons and tons of screens, and there are a lot of doctors and nurses around the patient. So you need as much space as you can. With holographic technology, all of those screens can go away, and they can convert into just holograms, leaving more physical space for the people. And during this past year of the pandemic, we've already seen so many examples where even remote collaboration can become so much easier with these technologies. Another type of collaboration that we usually see is people being remotely trained, that like a worker working in a factory and a remote person guiding them on how to fix this particular engine part, for example. So the worker will not only see the video of the user, of the remote assist person assisting them, guiding them from step to step, but also like all the parts labeled in the engine, knowing exactly what to do where. And collaboration in VR, Ready Player One gives a great example of what that could look like. Like imagine going into this pandemic, if we had something like the Oasis from Ready Player One, we would all be sitting in classrooms and office spaces in virtual reality. completely disconnected from our current world, entering there, still being around people, talking to them sort of face to face, and not on simple 2D screens like this. So collaboration is something which is in AR and VR is something which is inevitable. And us as developers in this field, we will start to see the requirements for these and then the solutions that will need to come up to make this happen. So every collaborative experience begins with a shared space. You are sharing the physical space with the person, sure, but what about the virtual space that you need to share? Holograms all exist in that virtual layer, and every device, every user only has information about just their own system. So how do we translate that into other people's devices and share that same experience with everyone? So if you think about it, the expectations really for a collaborative AR experience is that we have this hologram of a balloon animal sitting on a table, and there are people who are looking at this from many different angles. Someone is looking at it from using an iPad, someone's looking at it using a phone, and another one using some sort of head-mounted device. And all of them view the hologram from the respective angles that they're viewing. So this person sees it from the side, this person sees it from the front. So for these kinds of collaborative experiences to exist, we not only need the hologram to be shared in the same physical space in every sense, but not only in terms of its position, but its orientation. It needs to persist for everyone as if it's a real world entity sitting there. But this isn't that simple a problem that you just place a hologram and expect it to show up in the same space for everyone. Like the very first problem that every AR device runs into is the coordinate space that my device is operating on is not the same as the coordinate space that your device is operating on. So let's say I put on a Magic Leap headset, or I put on a HoloLens. Usually, wherever the device boots, that is the origin point. That is the point in relative to which all of my other transforms are being reported by the system. So let's say I have a device A with this red triangle. I put it in this location. I place a cube, let's say 6 meters from my position over here. Now, device B, they boot up a little further ahead of me. And they say that, okay, you have placed your cube at 600, at 6 meters. I'll place the cube at 600 meters as well, and it should match. Well, that doesn't happen in reality because both of their coordinate systems are not aligned. This blue triangle, this person is a few meters ahead of the red person, so his cube will also be a few meters ahead of the red person's cube. They would end up, if you are observing this as a spectator, you'll see that both these people are looking at completely different positions, thinking that, oh, we are looking at the same content. Yes, they're looking at the same content, but it's in different physical positions in terms of the reference space. So this is a very common problem, and of course there are a lot of solutions already in place. HoloLens calls its solution spatial anchors. Android's ARVR API, they just call it anchors. iOS also has an anchor style system. And Microsoft very, very recently, I think less than a month ago, came out with this whole system called Microsoft Mesh, which the whole idea of Microsoft Mesh is to encompass content persistence, content sharing, and having those collaborative experiences across any kind of AR/VR devices. And so these systems, they solve the problem that I pointed out, that these with the coordinate space alignment of different devices. But is that it? Like, if there is a solution, is the talk done? Not really. Things are never that simple. This is a new tech. Everyone is coming up with their own system. So, like, if you observe the art here, we have smartphones which provide AR. We have some devices like the Unreal glasses, which are just glasses, and you attach them to an Android phone and then experience AR. Geo has announced something similar. Like, even Geo has announced AR glasses, which tells you there's a lot of people coming into the market. Then at the top of the graph, you see devices like HoloLens, Meta, Magic Leap, which are standalone devices. Now, and every month we see a new company saying that, hey, we are going to make an AR device. Another company will pop up the next day and say, oh, we are also working on an AR device. With emerging technologies, this then starts to muddy the waters. This then starts to create problems for us developers, where everyone comes up with their own system, and every device is different. Not every device will have the same capabilities. So while HoloLens and Magic Leap, both of them will provide some sort of spatial anchor system to automatically solve the collaboration and co-presence problems for you, Unreal might not have one. And while Android and iOS might provide their own solutions to these in the form of AR core anchors and AR kit anchors, they may or may not be compatible with the higher-end devices that you have. So this very quickly starts to create a problem of, okay, what if our consumers are using multiple devices? What if our customers want to use one device over the other? Just as an example, like, if go back to the days of your high school days when you used to go to a computer lab. You wouldn't find the latest computer lab in your school. They wouldn't give you like Apple products. They'll give you old, cheaper computers because they have to buy them in bulk. The devices that you see at the top of the list, they are expensive devices for today. So these devices, when you start, as developers, when you start looking towards customers, when you start seeing the need from enterprise sectors, from industries to adopt AR and VR, the problem comes in, okay, what device is suitable for them? What device are they will you need to create your application for? Or if you go as the first, take your first pitch to them, what can you tell them about your application? What kind of wide support is available for your device, for your application? What's the range of devices that it works with? So this, until a time where these problems become standardized and you can expect a certain market share of certain devices or a certain set of minimalistic features, that yeah, if it's an XR device, it'll definitely have this and this ability, which will enable me to work across multiple of these devices. Until such a time that comes, us as developers will need to learn and adjust with the growing and emerging field and all of the different variety of devices and the features that come out with it. So the question then becomes, how do you deal with these non-standard variants of emerging technologies? You start by learning the tech behind it, and that's the first step. And let's take a look at the first step. So we talked about HoloLens, ARKit, AR4 all having this concept of spatial anchors, where you just say that, okay, here's my hologram. This is its location in my point. You share that ID with the other person's device, and it will do all the translation itself. That okay, at which location relative to the second device should the hologram appear. Now, when we start to look behind it, okay, what are Microsoft and Apple and Google, what are they actually doing behind the scenes? Let's say tomorrow I am to work with a device which doesn't have anchor capability. Will it still be possible for me to create an application which leverages collaborative environments? So we start taking a look behind the curtain on what is the tech behind these anchors. All of these AR devices, they work with certain points of interest within your environment. So as you can see on the image on the left, this person is wearing some sort of AR device on his head, and the device scans all of these various different points of interest. And these are the points that it uses for tracking, making sure reporting to you what the position of your device is with respect to this room. So usually these spatial anchoring algorithms, they will pick up out of all of these points of interest, it'll pick up certain few points of interest, the ones that are circled around here, and say that, okay, these are the points that I am most confident about, that whenever any person comes back to this room, I will be able to recognize that, oh, this is the same room as before, using these high confidence points. And it will mark these points as, okay, these are my persistent points. All of my coordinate frames from now on will be in reference to these. So these points can commonly be known as persistent coordinate frames because they persist across multiple devices, across multiple sessions, and these provide the reference coordinate frame for you to then align all your holograms with. So once you have some sort of reference point like this, which persists in the same physical space all the time, every time, you then say that, okay, where do I place my hologram? What is my relative transform from this persistent reference point to the location that I want to store this device in? And that then takes you a step further. That okay, let's say we go back to our same problem as before. Two devices, they boot up like 200 centimeters from each other. There is a persistent coordinate reference frame over here. So let's say the triangle device says that, okay, I have a reference point 400 centimeters in front of me. And the cube that I have placed is 200 centimeters in front of this reference frame. So now this 200 value, this distance between the reference frame and the actual content, this is what is important now. And this is the value that you send to the other device that, hey, you should be placing your cube at 200 distance from your reference point. So the physical position of the reference point is the same for both devices, but what both of them perceive as the transform of this reference point in their local coordinate system is different. And then we do we go back to our 3D math classes. We say that, okay, how do today's games deal with these problems? Apply the same concept here, that you only need to do a simple coordinate space transformation and say that, okay, 200 from my original coordinate system to 200 from my new coordinate system, and you place the cube in the same position. And with this final step, now the secondary device is seeing the cube in the same position as the first device that placed the cube. So going back to our question that, yeah, how do you deal with non-standard variants? We learned the tech behind. Okay, we did. We know how that spatial anchor system worked. It uses some form of reference point, and it uses it extracts relative transforms from our holograms and applies them, and basically converts the coordinate system from one device to the other to determine where it should be placed for the other device. But how does it help when we are working with a device which doesn't have this ability, which doesn't even give us those persistent points, let alone give us the entire package deal as anchors? In those cases, we turn the unknowns into demand. That is to say, you say that, okay, we need a physical reference point in this space to align all of our content between all of the devices that are present in that room. But it's unknown to us how do we do what that reference point is. So we turn that unknown reference point into a demand of the application, into a demand of that particular device and ecosystem. That, okay, device A is from some company and it doesn't have this ability, but my customer can only use this device and nothing else. How do I still give them this ability? I say that, okay, I will then say, you need to have a reference point, any reference point. It can be images, simple images, which most of these AR devices have image tracking. You can have QR code scanners, you can have VARCoE markers. You can go back to like the traditional AR systems where, like, before we even had these fancy devices, you had computer vision still using image tracking, QR code tracking, VARCoE markers as the pseudo augmented reality trackable systems. So we can still go back to them and say that, okay, device A will scan a given image and it'll get to know what its transform is. Device B will do the same. And now this image is transformed, becomes our persistent reference point. And we, from there onwards, the stack that you had before continues to follow. And let's say you encounter a device which doesn't even give you the ability for image tracking or any of these marker trackings. How do you do something like that? How do you align the coordinate spaces in that case? All you need in the system, again, like, you always convert your unknowns into demands. You say that, no, I need one particular physical reference point which these devices can relate to. So you go to the device hardware itself. The device always knows its relative position in the room. It always knows what its position and orientation is. So you mark a point on a table, put device A over there, note and have the device stored that location, that, okay, this X was marked at 100, 100, 100. And do the same with device B, and now you have your physical reference point. So regardless of where in the device ecosystem, where in the AR ecosystem you are, you will always be able to find one reference point or the other, whether it's provided by the platform itself, whether it's something that you make up, either using other features of the device, or it becomes something that you make up yourself. During the next few years, these are the kinds of solutions that we'll need to come up with in order to support and grow AR across a multitude of devices and platforms. Now extending that now to real-world applications, how do those everything that we learned, all of those collaborative environment setups, how do those then apply to certain scenarios like a museum, for example? Like a museum, or what can be an example of a static collaborative environment. And what that would mean is, let's say you go to a museum, it has a lot of holograms accompanying the actual exhibits. What would have happened is a curator would have gone around the museum, placing holograms in different places, and all of that content would then be saved as reference points, along with its reference points and the relative transforms, all of the information that you need to restore these items, restore that content in the same physical location. All of that data will be stored somewhere on a server. So let's say the museum maintains a server. The curator turns on the admin mode, walks around the museum, places the content, saves all the information, and now every time a visitor comes in and they are handed over a device that, hey, if you look around the museum using this device, you'll see holograms. And so all of that saved data from the curator's session gets pushed onto the visitor's device, and that is a sort of static collaboration here that the curator did his job before. His device is not active anymore. The reference points and the rest of transforms that were saved from his session are still applicable for any visitor that comes forth. So now this problem then, we proceed from the problem of trying to align the coordinate spaces, getting the whatever information, trying to determine what information we need, getting all of that relevant information. And now this problem comes into the known realm of networking. Okay, an application talking to the server, technology has been doing that for years. And so this is how you start solving the new and the non-standard into the mundane and established, and start to bring together your applications and your solutions and convert this relatively new problem of AR into an everyday thing, and increase the adaptability of such systems. So similar to the museum system, now you can have a dynamic collaborative environment of a tabletop. So in a museum system, whenever a visitor comes in and they want to see the holograms the same position as they were placed as before, the curator will need to have I start to lose the feed. Yeah. So the curator then needs to have saved all of this data to reference points beforehand. Like someone needs to have created those reference points before and saved all of the data for the visitors to be able to leverage the new content. For the tabletop environments, we don't want to do that. We say that, okay, let's say it's just a few people, a few employees in a company. They're walking around, they meet up, they say that, oh, hey, check out this scan of a brain. I want your opinion on this. There are no reference points around. No one did a prior setup to place that hologram of the brain in the space. These people just happen to meet up in a meeting room somewhere, wanted to place some content on the table. How does that happen? How can alignment happen in that case? So the concepts are still the same, except this time all of the steps for the calibration, the alignment, the determination of what the initial reference point to use, all of that happens on the fly. So let's say this person over here says that, okay, everyone, your devices will align to my position, and they will choose a reference point, and which again can be anything, and the other and send the relevant information to these devices, which in the previous case was a static information pre-saved in the server and being received from the server. Now this information is being shared on the fly between just these three devices, and the hologram then gets presented, shared, and they achieve the goal. So the entire stream of a collaborative application building then becomes, number one, figure out what kinds of devices you want to support, what their capabilities are, what kinds of reference systems would you require from your users and their environment to support. Bottle it down into then a simple 3D game, a 3D application, communicating with the web server, replicating the 3D states of your holograms across the engines, because all of the problems from down from the persistence of those reference points, all of the problems are solved problems in various streams. And connecting all of these together, you then start to get your own applications, which you can then pitch to your customers and say that, okay, here is your AR solution. So you start from worrying about the AR problems only and break them down so that they can reach known problems. So yeah, at this point, I want to ask if anyone has any questions.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Nirav. Okay, so thanks a lot for your very nice talk, and it was very illustrative and informative, also highlighting all the intricacies and difficulties in ARVR programming along with some solutions. Yeah, I'm sure like our students and other participants have enjoyed it very much. And yeah, if there are any questions, yeah, please feel free to ask. Participants, please. You can unmute yourself. Okay, so we have Mr. Narendra.
Yeah, Mr. Nihab.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Niho. Actually, due to some issues, I was slightly breaking in between. But overall, it was really so informative, and I was so, it was so matching with what I was expecting. And, there's really a future of, collaborative time and space with AR and VR. And that's really good. I mean, it's not only limited to just entertainment or the amusement, but it also comes into engineering, technology, and industrial field. That's really great. I mean, that's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
More than questions. Yeah, more than questions. I'm really glad that it's so much of informative, and I'm feeling confident that what we are also working at our end is not a wrong path.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, so like if you observe what has happened in the smartphone industry for the past few years, all these companies have been doing is they increase the size of the phone and add another camera. There has been no like breakthrough innovation in smartphone. And so AR and VR technologies, these are the next step. This will, and it's these years that we are facing right now. In the next few years, you'll start to see the adoption become wider and wider and wider. Like 3 years ago, VR had such a bad reputation, and it was expensive. Very few, you had very few good devices which would give you a good VR experience. And now you have Oculus Quest, which is a standalone cheap device which gives a great experience to everyone. And so these technologies will definitely start to become more and more common. And as with every technology, like trace the path of the main technological breakthroughs that have happened in the past 2 decades, like cloud computing. The path of we didn't use cloud. We didn't use main like Google Drive breakthroughs that have happened in the past in our day-to-day life. Now, like cloud computing, these things we didn't use cloud. We didn't use Google Drive industries and enterprises. So any breakthrough technology that you see, all of their paths will be the same. That they come up, there are a few hitches initially, then it starts getting adopted by the industries, by the enterprises. Then it starts getting adopted by healthcare. Then it starts getting adopted by education.
Absolutely.
And that's the point when it becomes a consumer device.
Absolutely.
And we'll see exactly the same pattern with AR and VR. Like, okay, now we're seeing the industry, the enterprise are really interested in this. They're investing heavily in these devices. And so it will start to follow the same trend. And eventually, everyone, just like everyone today, it's expected that they'll have a smartphone. It'll be expected that they'll have some form of AR device.
Absolutely, absolutely. And but just to share with you that I have been fortunate enough to work with the US MNC 3 years before, and we could work on their complete virtual plant layout, and with using Oculus, of course, Rift, I would say. That was a fantastic experience. I mean, yes, and what you say is very true that industries are coming ahead to use this technology. That's really true. We have almost worked on 3-4 cases so far. And that's really great. I mean, so much informative from your side as well. It's adding to some of new areas as well into my knowledge. Hello, am I dropped? Yes. Okay. No.
Yeah. No. I can hear you. The screen froze for a second there. But
okay.
Yeah. Like this is the future. the technology is.
Okay. So then we have a question from Dr. Prashant Sahu. Dr. Sahu, please.
Yeah. So, Mr. Nihab, it's a nice talk. So, I'm having a small query. Like other industries, most of the industries are driven by this patented products, like patented softwares. So, what do you think about this AR/VR area? It's a emerging area. So, here, how do you think this open source softwares are going to play a role? You said that talk about a multi-environment collaborations. So, do you think that this open source will give a good scope for this collaborative environment?
Yes. I definitely believe that. So, as with any emerging technologies, the initial step is always closed source. Mac was the case, and Windows was the case, and so it's like your initial investments will only come from these big companies, and they would want to keep the technology to themselves. But gradually, like I think within a few years, you'll start to see more and more efforts towards open source solutions for these things, making access to such technologies much easier. And open source not only in the sense of software, but also in the sense of hardware as well. Like if you remember, Microsoft released the Windows mixed reality software, and they provided the guidance to hardware vendors saying that, okay, if you create a VR headset with these specs, you can use our software for all of the tracking and application abilities. So then HP came out with their own headset. Acer came out with their own headset because they didn't need to worry about the software. And that'll happen vice versa, that software components will also start to become open source. So more and more people can leverage them, more and more people can improve upon them and make this technology more widely adopted. I see big potential for that in the next 2 years. And we've already started to see some cases for it, like just like OpenGL and Vulkan are open standards within the industry, that okay, every GPU will need to abide by these GPU standards. Similarly, we have started to see OpenXR, which all of these companies, Microsoft, Magic Leap, Valve, they've come together and said that okay, we will create a standard according to which all of these upcoming XR devices will need to confine to. And when standardization starts to happen, that's when you see open source start to kick in as well, because then you have solutions that you can trust that okay, this solution will definitely adhere to these paradigms, and it's easier for adoption in that case.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the participants? Please unmute yourself and pose your question. Okay. Maybe I have a question, Mr. Neerav. So you have talked about collaborative, collaborative working, and particularly with this latest COVID, and with the education industry is also getting affected by that. How does this? Are there any new efforts in this direction to bring this ARVR experience? For example, like labs or so, something of that sort, laboratory experiments, or
yes, yes.
The market revenue would be probably less, but the most of the impact in terms of its impact would be great in the education sector. So
yeah, there are definitely efforts in that direction. I would say that the percentage of that is lower than what you'll see for the industry. Like I'm seeing a lot of interest from the automotive industry, the architectural visualization industry, from the healthcare industry, and from offices and workspaces in general, whoever have like factories and training and large training systems. There's more interest there right now, but I've seen glimpses of this coming to the education sector as well. Like Microsoft has a partnership with the Pearson publications to create 3D content for all of their books, which can be used as tutorials for easily understandable tutorials for students. So there are efforts in that direction, but it's slow, much slower than what you'll see for enterprise sector.
okay, yeah, thank you. Any more questions from the participants? Yeah, somebody. Okay. Right.
Yeah, hi, Nihab. Thank you for your presentation. I had a simple question to ask. Now that Magic Leap has pivoted its model mostly to enterprise, we wanted to know if at any point in the future they would be coming back to the consumer market, or is that a chapter completely closed?
I'm not the right person to answer that question, unfortunately. I shouldn't be answering that question in this forum. Basically.
Sure, sir.
That's my plan. Yeah.
Okay. So if there are no further questions, then so Dr. Sahu, so this is the end of this session, right? Hello, Professor Panda is here.
Hello, Dr. Ram, you're asking something?
Yeah. So is this this is the end of this session, right? So Professor Panda is here. He would like to say something.
Professor Ashok Panda.
Ashok Panda.
Professor Ashok Panda.
Okay.
He was there, but right now.
Okay. Right. Okay. So then, should we close this session then? This is the.
Yeah.
Okay then. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Neerav. That was a wonderful talk. And it's a very nice beginning for us, and we hope that with your very igniting talk, we will have a very wonderful rest of the sessions here. And a huge thanks for you, for your time and for talk. Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome, and thank you for having me.
Great job. Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and the next session will start after the lunch break. So we'll start at 2 p.m. again online. Please check your links which were shared before already. Those link 2 will be the session link, and other participants who are participating in the hackathons. So the hackathon A link is for session 2A after the first special talk. So the hackathon 2A will start at 3. And also 2B will also start at 3 o'clock after the first session, session talk by Dr. P.P. Roy. And Hackathon A, people should use link Hackathon A, okay? And Hackathon B people should use the Hackathon V link. Okay, so that will be link 3 in the list that was shared yesterday. So all of for the talk we will use link 2. Okay, so with that we come to the end of this session, unless there is any announcement by Professor Sahu Shankumar sir. Sir, is there any further announcements to be made?
No, thank you. So thanks a lot, Dr. Ram, for chairing the session, and also thanks to Dr. Yogesh and other faculty members who are present. Let me thank also all the participants, and special thanks to the invited speaker, Sri Nihab Jain. Thanks a lot to all. So we will again meet at 2 o'clock. The next talk will be by Professor P. Roy from IIT Roorkee. So we'll start the talk at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So we'll have a break now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kill it!
वैल्यू देख लो ना तो ये 11 का कैसे
Limitations on temperature in KP. In this case, they have taken that portion. Then all the drawings are
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
I just called him and he sent me a great series. Should I forward you?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. I called you, so I was not able to reach you. That's why I call him, so that I'll stand by. Okay.
Called him. I also called him.
Fine. Okay, so we'll start after 5 minutes. Get some more participants join. Kill it.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
No, sir.
Good afternoon. So we'll just start after 5 minutes. Lunch break was over. So some less people are there. I hope people will join just 5 minutes.
Sure, sir. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible. Yes. Good afternoon. So welcome to this session. In this session, we have a talk by Professor Parthapratim Roy, who is an associate professor of IIT Roorkee Computer Science Engineering Department. So Roy has been working in these fields of computer vision, visual surveillance, augmented reality for last 15 years, and he has published more than 200 research papers in various international journals and reputed conferences. So his talk is on augmented reality and virtual reality using machine learning. I believe that his talk will be game-changing in this particular session, and all the participants who are here, I hope that they will definitely benefit from his talk. And I would like to request the participants to be muted during the talk, and you can raise your hands maybe toward the end of the talk so that we can have a discussion session. So with this, I would like to hand over this session to Professor Roy for his talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dogra, and thank you, Professor Sahu, for this for inviting me in this event. You have this WAVR workshop, so it's an honor for me to be here and to share my knowledge with all the participants. So good afternoon all the participants. So today I am going to present some ARVR applications related to ARVR applications in my lab. So I would like to share the screen. Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, so my objective of this talk is to show you that how machine learning could also be used, okay, for this augmented reality, virtual reality applications. Okay, as you know now that machine learning, deep learning, these are some buzzwords, okay, people are using everywhere in industry and academia. Okay, given some applications, you use this machine learning or deep learning technologies, find the pattern, and given some new data, you can do some predictions or classifications. Okay, so that's the machine learning job. Okay, so with that, how you can use this technology in AR application, ARVR applications. So I am there at IIT Roorkee as associate professor, and I am also associated with journals like IIT Image Processing, IIT Biometrics, IC Transactions on Information Systems, Spin Generator Computer Science. As associate editor, I am also involved with many conferences as organizing chair and program committee chairs. You may always drop me mails at partho@cs.iit.ac.in. Okay, so anytime you can contact me in this email ID. My experience and papers, projects, you may find them in parimol.iit.ac.in. Okay, Parimol is a short form of our lab name. That's a pattern recognition, image processing, machine learning. Okay, so we call it a Parimol. So you can find the details in this website parimol.iit.ac.in. Okay, the project details, publications, and PhD students' work, these are all detailed in this website. I am also having a very strong collaboration with Professor Dogra of IIT Bhubaneswar, and we are working together on video surveillance and augmented ARVR applications. So, in as the theme says that you have this AR, VR, MR, okay, this phrases, okay, so you know this augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality. So augmented reality is you have this, for example, I'm showing another figure. So you have, for example, this is the real image, real picture, okay, so some real document or graphical document, okay, that's the real environment, and you want to place some card or objects on this paper, okay, you tell that it's an augmented reality. Okay, maybe this paper you can see with this some sofa or some kitchen. Okay, so these kinds of objects on top of the map. Okay, so like this, that's from real environment you are moving towards the virtual reality. So that's first step is augmented reality. Then slowly you are moving to this virtual world where you are completely immersed, okay, and you see that everything is actually virtual objects. Okay, there is no reality, and you will also be immersed in this virtual environment. There is another one that's called mixed reality that combines this augmented reality, virtual reality together. Okay, that's an hybrid version. So here you have this, you mix this part of this augmented reality, that what you see means you actually combine this real world and also this virtual world together. So some of the many applications are there of AR and VR. Okay, so maybe the gamings, and then you have this learning, driving, learning car driving, learning flight, okay, airplane. Okay, this different gaming strategy could be done using this ARVR. In healthcare also these are possible. So you see that this is one first surgery, this world's first surgery streamed in virtual reality with Dr. Shafi Ahmed, which took about 3 hours. Okay. So in every sector now this ARVR is getting popular, and people are developing many technologies for learning this, some of the problems, or getting some of the solutions of the problems. Okay, so the doctor is far apart, but he is actually solving, is doing the surgery, okay, remotely. So these are also possible for rehabilitations in stroke. Okay, so for example, if someone is having he is not able to move their limbs, okay, properly, but his mind is working. Okay, so how medical can help? Okay, medical ARVR technologies can help the patients to improve their problems. Okay, so for example, if someone is having problems to lift their hands, okay, so there will be some objects coming into this into the computer or in some games, okay, and then he will be forced, or he will be immersed into that world, so that he wants to get to that ball, or he wants to throw that balloon, something like this. Okay, so it will help him doing more and more exercise or practicing and overcome his problem, so that he can improve. Okay, so there are several sites, okay, several sectors in everywhere: healthcare, education, defense, okay, where ARVRs are being used. So so for this ARVR, or this rehabilitations or augmented realities, so one of the main important thing is you have to understand this human computer interface. Okay, how computer is understanding the human. Okay, so whatever you are actually doing, like you move your face, you move your fingers, hands, can computer understand you properly? Okay, so if he can understand, then he will behave Okay, he will play or he will help you supporting in that game or in that problem. Okay, so we require this human computer interface. Okay, how computer understands human better. So here you have actually, we can think that it could be one of the application is gesture. Okay, gesture understanding. Gesture understanding, like for example, how you move your hands, fingers. It could be used, for example, like touchless navigations. Okay, so you want, so for example, some of you have seen already that if you just move your hands and the slides are moving. Okay, these are touchless navigations. Then there are several interface of sign language. Okay, so in sign language, I will also discuss some of the work in our lab, where you have the speech and hearing impaired people. They use some gestures and computer understands their gestures and then translate into English language. So common people understand and then they can interact. Similarly, it could be used in consumer electronics interface. Okay, so it will understand what the consumer wants. Okay, by their gesture, by their facial expressions, whether he is happy or sad or whatever. Okay, according to his emotion, facial expressions or hand expressions, hand gestures, it will understand and it will move or explore those products accordingly, according to the customers. Okay, so this human computer interface is very important when we are going for this ARVR. Okay, so when we want to know this, how actually people are using this, moving their hands or fingers, there we have some depth sensors used. Okay, so there are several depth sensors are there in the market. We use mostly in our labs this two depth sensors. One is Kinect, Microsoft Kinect, another is Leap Motion. Okay, so these sensors are actually good that you do not need to extract, you do not need to process this image, okay, by some, for example, image processing technologies. So these sensors will provide the 3D point cloud, okay, of the scene. So for example, if some users is interacting with the computer, then his the 3D point cloud of his hand, fingers, face, facial informations will be available. So one need to use the image processing technologies to separate where is hand, where is face, all this. So depth sensors are there to help directly get the informations what is required. Okay, so for example, you have this leap motion that I was telling. Okay, so you have a leap motion sensor. If you just keep on top of close to your computer, and there is a range. Okay, there is a range in which if you move your hands, so it will capture the points of your hands. Okay, so it has actually these IR cameras, infrared cameras, which it will capture those points of your fingers and palm. Okay, so you see that you have this finger, those points, this 1, 2, 3, all these points will be captured directly by this sensor. So you do not need to process anything explicitly. So this device will give you this detailed information that okay, this where this finger or hands are moving, okay, in this territory or in this region. Okay, so I will show you that how we can develop some applications with these lip motion sensors. So we have, so for example, if you remember, or if you have, I think you have also watched some of the movies of like this Iron Man or some other sci-fi scientific movies, okay, where this actor is moving their hands and making gestures, and automatically some objects are rendered, okay, in front of it. So for this, it requires to understand where he's making the, where he's moving the hands or fingers, and what kind of object he's he wants to make, he wants to build, okay. So he's making some gestures, okay, in 3D. So if you have these kinds of depth sensors like Keynote or lip motion, it will give you this 3D point cloud of these movements of these fingers or hands, and from which we can understand using machine learning technology that what is the object he wants to render in front of him. So we require to understand the motion of his fingers or hand in this 3D space. Okay, so what kind of object he wants to build in this 3D. So let us consider that there is a set of 30 objects or 100 objects, okay, and this one user is preparing this one object with some gesture movements, okay. For example, it could be some circles, you can make like this. It could be square, you can make some fingers with that like this, okay. So there will be some motion of these fingers or hands by which he makes the gesture in 3D, and then computer understands the object. So how actually computer understands? So for this we need to recognize the motion, gestures, motions, and we need to recognize the objects. Okay, so once in this recognition and rendering means when some user is making a gestures, what we will do, we will recognize what is the object he wants to build. That object will be rendered in a display device. Okay, it could be in 2D or it could be in 3D. So for this, in our lab, what we have developed, that we are using this lip motion device to get the motion of these hands, and then we use some machine learning algorithms for understanding what is the gesture he wants to build with those motion. Once we know that the object using this machine learning algorithms, then that object will be rendered, okay, in this 2D display device. Okay, so you can use any software for that. We used ImuPad notebook for this. So I show you some gestures like as I was telling that you have one lip motion device, and this guy is making some, for example, a square, or he is making a pyramid, something with this gesture he wants to prepare. Okay, and he making, for example, triangles, circles, something like that. Okay, it could be a single finger, it could be with multiple finger or both hands. So for example, he is making a house. Okay, so like that he is preparing a house, or maybe he is preparing a pyramid with multiple fingers. It's a, this is one of a cylinder kind of thing. So these are the different gestures the user makes. Okay, and then we want to understand what this gesture means, because the computer has to understand that what is the meaning of this gesture, how we will do it. Okay, you see here, this is the single finger based gestures, and we want to render these kinds of objects. Okay, so similarly, if it's a multiple fingers, we want to show it like this. How we can do it? First, we need to understand, recognize what is that object. Okay, what he wants to make with these kinds of motion. Once we know that this is a pyramid or this is a sphere, then we can show the sphere in that 2D or 3D display. Okay. So for these experiments, we used 36 distinct geometric and non-geometric shapes. We also collected the motion of gesture motion from different users. Okay, so some may use different kinds of gestures for same objects. Okay, so it is good that we get the data from different users. Okay, so one objects may have different gesture motion, and you see that every volunteer plays each gesture for 15 minutes, sorry, 15 times. So you will have many gesture motions for each object. So these are used for training or learning the machine. Okay, and then we have this machine, like machine learning algorithms, like classifications algorithms are there, which will learn from those motion data. So there are several machine learning algorithms are there. We have in the traditional approaches, we extract the features from these motions and then use some classifiers like hidden Markov models, neural network for classifications. Recently, we have deep learning models like CNN, convolution neural network, recurrent neural network. These are also be possible. These are also the options for machine learning algorithms, and these show better results. So when we actually applied in our experiments, we did with simple feature extractions and classifications. So we have the motion. So the user actually making the motions. We have collected those motions of these fingers and hands. And from those motions, we extracted some features. Okay, features like whether there is this line is straight or it is angular, there is any circular kind of thing, curvilinear line, curliness. Okay, these kinds of features. Okay, so for example, if you want to find the features of a face, okay, so whether the face is if you see some face, if you want to remember what you do, you check some features. Okay, so for example, whether he is having some mustache or not, beard or not, so something, these are the features. Okay, so similarly, we want to extract some features from those motion trajectories of the gesture. So what we do, so when I am making some motion with my hands, So I make the sampling. Okay, so for example, I make 10 samples or 20 samples of this motion, and these are in different timestamp. I can say that these are the point cloud. Okay, so this at time t I am having, these are the point cloud, then time t plus one another set of point cloud like this. So what I want to do, I want to find out the direction I extract using this simple formula. Okay, so this, for example, this I just want to find the distance, okay, between this previous timestamp to the next timestamp. Okay, what is the distance in x direction, y direction, and z directions, and then from those I am just collecting the s, okay, using these three directional distance formula informations and the angle, okay, cos alpha, cos beta, cos gamma. So these are some of the features we used, like aspect ratio, curliness, gesture, directions. Okay, that is the direction, this is the aspect. Aspect is, for the, if I'm making a line, so what is the height and width? So this line, what is the height and what is the width? So if I'm just making a bounding box, okay, so that's the features. So like that, actually we extract some of the features like aspect, curliness, lineness, slope, and then those features are applied, fed into some classifiers like hidden Markov models. So hidden Markov model is a classifier which is trained with those training data, where the data is the features. Okay, these features are this curliness, lineness, aspect, slope, these kinds of features. Okay, so with those features, this HMM model is trained, and then it is trained in such a way that given a data, it will make less error. Okay, it will predict the symbol, okay, better, properly. Okay, so that's the hidden Markov models or any other models. So nowadays there is actually, that I was saying, that you have this recurrent neural network or long short-term memory, bidirectional long short-term memory. There are several other models which are also there for recognizing these kinds of gestures. So we achieved around 92.87% accuracy with that gesture, with the gesture classifications. So we can, out of 100 motions gestures, we can classify 93 gestures correctly. Okay. So you see that if I am making some gestures, I can classify. Now you want to say that, okay, I want to control the object. For example, if I'm building a cylinder. The cylinder could be smaller, it could be medium, it could be larger. How can I control those parameters? So if I say that, okay, if my fingers, okay, they actually moving for a small time, then the height will be smaller. Okay, like this. According to this length of the motion in the height directions, we can control that parameter. Okay, so similarly we can also control the diameter. So these are actually the ways how we can recognize the object, and then once we recognize the object, and then we can also render that whether the object is smaller, it's medium, or it's a larger. Okay, it will be all relative. Okay, so how actually you are making the object. Okay, it could be small, medium, or large. So we have developed not only this gesture understanding, this for example this gesture recognitions and rendering. So we have also developed some work on sign language understanding. Okay, so I just show you some video. So here you see that this guy is using this lip motion. Okay, there is a lip motion device here, and whatever you see in this right side of this window, this is an inbuilt setup which provides that finger point, palm points, okay, that I was telling. Okay, so you do not need to develop anything for this. So once you have this device, you will get those point cloud or the trajectories. Okay, so how these fingers or hands are moving. So from those movements, okay, so from those movements, we extract the features that I told you, this curliness, aspect ratio, these kinds of features, and apply in a HMM classifier or RNN classifier for recognitions. Okay, so you see this, based on this motion of this gesture, we extract the features, and those features are then fed into some classifier. Okay, and you see here for this speech and hearing impaired people, if they make some gestures, we can recognize that what is the gesture he is preparing, is making. So that was for to understand for speech and hearing impaired people's gesture. But if the common people say something, then the speech and hearing impaired people, they will not be able to understand what they are saying. So we need to develop a reverse process and interface which will understand the common people language, and they will develop avatar model. Okay, so you see here. So for example, if someone is saying good morning, okay, so this interface is designed, okay, so develop this gesture. Okay, so here what we are doing, so whatever, so the user, whatever sentence he is saying, like good morning, or you, yes, yes, any doubts, comments? Hello. Yeah, I request if you have any comments, please ask me. Otherwise, please mute your mic. Okay, thank you. See what we are doing here. So given some sentence, okay, so we
Dr. Partho, you are muted. Dr. Partho, you are muted. Your microphone is on mute.
okay, fine.
Yeah, now it's fine.
So what I am showing is that you have this interface, that you have the common people is saying some sentence. From this sentence, we extract the noun, pronoun, verb, all this using this NLP, natural language processing tools, and then those words like noun, pronoun, or verb, whatever words we have, for each words we find out that what are the gestures speech and hearing impaired people they use for their expression. So we used the previous model, that, for example, for day or for color, whatever gesture they are using, that gesture is actually rendered here. Okay, for that word. So if you have, for example, 5 or 6 words, so these 5 or 6 words, for each of these words, we find out the gesture, motion, and these motions are stacked one after another, and we get the animation. Okay, we get the total interface of this gesture. So here, so this, it is actually this reverse process, that whatever common people is saying, so he is preparing this gesture so that speech and hearing impaired people can understand. So we have also another kind of interface we are working, that's called brain computer interface. That I was saying, this is actually a gesture recognitions, that a human computer interface, one of these human computer interface using these gestures. Another interface we are working, that's a brain computer interface, where we want to control the computer using our imaginations or thought process. Okay, so here we are using this EEG, electroencephalograms data. Okay, so EEG actually measures the activity of the neurons, brain neurons. Okay, this was actually, there's a history of how this data was recorded. Okay, so there are several kinds of process of recording this data from human brain. So there are some invasive device, non-invasive device. Invasive device is done if with some implantations of electrodes in the brain. There are some non-invasive device which uses some head scalp, okay, means some cap kind of sensors. You do not need any operations or implantations, and there the electrodes are placed on that cap, and this will get the signals of the brain, okay, neurons in that positions. So this will record the data of this voltage difference in that location. Okay, so because when these neurons are active in that positions and they are exchanging the informations, so there will be some voltage difference, and this is actually recorded by this EEG. These are the different these devices of EEG which actually are used for human computer interface. I am showing you another one video how actually this data is recorded. Okay? So you see, this is a non-invasive device. This is a gel we place for this easy conductivity. Okay? So these are the electrodes which could be placed in any of these holes in that cap, and when this is active, this will be shown in green. Okay, and then you see that based on the activity of the brain, it will start giving the response of the brain neurons. Okay? It's actually collective response in that locations. So, for example, if he is making some blinking eyes or he is moving his muscle movement, so these kinds of information will be visible from this EEG. You see that when he is blinking, there is a difference between these peaks and valleys. Okay, there is a large waveform. Okay, and then when he is not blinking, then the waveform will be more or flat. Okay, so these kinds of signals could be useful. These are actually being used in many hospitals for clinical purpose, like depression analysis, then epileptic seizure, then mental workloads, stress. Okay, all these different kinds of brain-related disease understanding. Recently, this EEG is being used for brain-computer interface. Okay, so here we are controlling the computer using our thought process. So EEG is being used for neuromarketing, emotion understanding, game playing, security authentications, okay, wheelchair controls, and many things. Okay, we can also use this for ARVR. Okay, so for example, if someone is immersed in this AR or VR, so how he is thinking, so accordingly the situation may be changed according to his imagination. So I'll show you another video. Okay, so here you see this guy is recorded. It was downloaded from YouTube. Okay, so he is making different kinds of activity like blinking, cleansing, eye closing, and you see that the signals, EEG signals, are different. Okay. So it's not about only muscular effects. Okay, so it's like whatever we are thinking internally, stress, emotion, these also will be reflected from those EEG records. So here, if you want to see this, when this peak and the wave is actually in the peak, so there it is actually 2D display of this heat map. Okay, which part is actually active in the brain. So these signals are very important, and they show different characteristics according to the imaginations. Kind of imagination or types of imagination. For example, if he is in a deep sleep or drowsy, then there will be less frequency components. If he is very excited, is very active, there will be lots of high frequency components. Okay. So usually in that EEG signals, we find that when someone is in a deep sleep, then the signal will be having less than 4 Hz. If he is in a different other sleep stage, it will be 4 to 7. Then if he is active, it will be 14 to 20 Hz. Also like that. So higher frequency means is more active, lower frequency means is not so active, is in a relaxed or sleeping condition. So these kinds of informations are also useful for rehabilitations, these kinds of interface. Okay, so using this PCI, we can understand that what kind of activity the user is looking for. Okay, so we can understand his requirement, and then according to his requirement, we either render the object or we classify that object or action, classify that action, or do some activities. For example, that could be some, if I want to say that, okay, switching on, switch off light, switch on, switch off fans, or I want to say that moving the wheelchair straight, left or right. Okay, so based on my imaginations, I could control that wheelchair. Okay. So this is this kinds of interface is very useful, and now many research labs are working in these directions. So we have developed one prototype. Okay, so where the user is actually imagining one of the 9 activities. Okay, so we can consider that he is having one of the activities interested, like he wants to listen music, he wants to have some service, medical service, for example, if he's a patient. Okay, he wants to play Angry Bird games, or some other activity. So we set 9 different activities, and one of these activities popped up in his mobile, and the user just imagine that application, and then based on using the stimulus of this vision of this image, his EEG signals will be different, and from those EEG signals we want to understand what is the activity he is looking for. So we could use sorry. So we could use the similar machine learning platform, machine learning framework, where we have many users who are providing the data using these imaginations. Okay, so they are imagining and they are giving the signals, and then our machine learning models will be trained from those data using HMM that I was telling, or we can use these deep learning models, and later in the testing time, the user, whatever he watches the image, if he imagines that image, okay, and then based on the signals we can predict what he is looking for. So in our experiments with these 9 different activity, we found that we received 68% accuracy. Okay. We call it as a neurophone. Okay, so this guy is actually using this mobile, and then the activity is we are controlling the activity. So I'm just going to, because I do not have much time, so I'm just going to have some 2 more slides, that we are having also some projects from DRDO where we are working on this human machine collaborations in this ARVR platform. Okay, where we are using this EEG electroencephalograms to understand the mental workload or stress of the user, and then we want to know that how this cognitive state of the user could be used for understanding the teaming. Okay, so if there are multiple users, then how they can work together, whether they're based on their individual workload or their efficiency. Okay, so can we understand their teaming effect? Okay, so map the changes in the mental workload, situation awareness, and the performance of an individual. Okay, so we have these kinds of objective in our projects of this DRDO, where we have this one environment where these are all in ARVR platform, and then we will use this EEG to understand is situation awareness, mental workload stress, performance, and find out that how they can be useful in team. Okay, so there are actually several small softwares we are developing. Okay, so like this rehabilitations, I said there are several small several games we are developing which actually help understanding these situations using this EEG. So thank you very much. I would like to take your questions now. So before I close, so these are some of the organizations I am indebted because I get the support: DRDO, Samsung, then Japan. I have some projects. Okay, thank you very much. As I said that you can always contact me, drop me mails at partha@cs.iit.cs.ac.in. You can always check my projects and papers in parvikmal.iit.ac.in. Thank you. So if you have any questions, we can discuss.
Thank you, Professor Roy. Yeah, participants, do you have any questions? Participant, do you have any questions? So you can ask now. Okay, so Professor Roy, I will ask one question, a simple question.
Yes.
So about this machine learning, for this machine learning for ARVR, basically machine learning is quite requires quite a lot of resource, like your say GPU computing and so on. So if you develop some applications whereby you will use the machine learning, so for this ARVR particular application, is the resource will be a constraint?
Yes, of course. Resource is one of the constants in this ARVR. When actually we are using these machine learning algorithms, these traditional machine learning algorithms like feature extractions, classifications like support vector machines, random forest, those were running in CPUs. So simple laptops or desktops could be sufficient. Now in deep, we have this deep learning like convolution neural network, recurrent neural network, which are actually heavy. So these have lots of parameters, and these need to be learned, for which we require a lot of data. When we are running those deep learning models in those lots of data, it takes lots of time. So in CPUs, it will take months. Okay, so that's not feasible. So that's why we are having now GPU, that is this people are all using now with this NVIDIA and others companies, this graphics cards. So these were actually being used before for gaming purpose. Now these are being used for this machine learning. Okay, deep learning supporting. Okay, so when we use the GPUs, still we get a little more time, like sometimes it can be taking like 7 days, 8 days, but we get some solutions which is actually faster, very fast than CPUs. Okay, so when we are working with these machine learning algorithms like deep learning algorithms, we have many data, many parameters which need to be learned with these different permutation combinations of those technologies like convolutions, max pooling, all these different kinds of components are there, which actually we need to play with. This require different permutation combination. So with you have to know that which permutation combination, which strategy, which combination actually is best for that application. So when we try to do this different permutation combination, so it will take a lot of time.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Roy. Thanks for your talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, participants, do you have any other questions? So you can ask, or we will close this session. If you have any queries, you can also reach Professor Roy over his mail, this partho@cs.iitr.ac.in. Okay, somebody has a question. Okay, yeah, please. Yeah, please unmute yourself and you can ask. Yes, Eddie Guest, please, you can ask a question. Yeah, okay, Vivek, want to ask something? Can ask.
Yes, sir. Regarding EEG, sir, usually it is too costly, right? One test is around 4,000 and the machine is very somewhat big and it has electrodes of 64 around. Is it really possible to get into a consumer based thing like controlling ARVR with that?
Yeah, you are right. See, actually there are different kinds of BCI sensors are available. So it depends on the applications, whether you require 64 electrodes or 2 electrodes, it depends on the applications. So for example, if you are interested only to collect the data from this frontal part, so you do not require 64 electrodes everywhere. You do not need to collect the data from everywhere. You just need to collect the data from this frontal part. So only 1 or 2 electrodes are enough. So then there are some devices which actually some sensors are coming with 1 or 2 electrodes. This costs only 5,000 to 10,000 rupees.
Okay.
There are some devices like emotive Epoch Plus that comes with 14 electrodes that comes with that's cost 50,000 to 60,000 rupees. So when it depends on the application. If you are not sure that which part is required important for that application, you require this 64 or 128 these kinds of electrons. When you are sure that I need to collect the data from this part, then you have to be very specific and you collect the data only from that region. Okay, so then your cost will be controlled.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir, thank you. Is there any other questions? Hello.
Oh, thank you, Professor Roy. Thank you.
Yes.
So then we'll close the session now. We're having 2 more parallel sessions on Hackathon. Some students' competitions are there. So we'll move on to that. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, see you.
Participant, you can join the link 2 and link 3 for the Hackathon A and B, session A and B. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Prashant. Prashant, I am unable to hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Anybody on that side, can you hear me, please?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Rajan.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon,
Hello,
sir. Yes,
can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Prashant, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Dr. Rajan.
Yes, I can hear you, Prashant. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So this is the hackathon session A. So for this session, we are having 3 participants. One is from Mr. Subham Gargis. Second one is Mr. B. Naik. Third one is Mr. Arvind S. And for this board, the chair is the juries are Dr. Rajan, Dr. Soumya Prakash Das, Sri Samran Satpathy, and Sri Sanan Goel. And now I'll request Mr. Adil to continue this.
So just give me 2 minutes. I'll start my presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Adil, you can start. You can initiate the session.
Hi guys, thank you. I mean, it's lovely to be hosting the WAVR 2021. Super delighted to be over here. My name's Eddie Avil and I'm the founder of XROM, which is the first of its kind marketplace from here in India. I've been push driving the ecosystem because I think ARVR is the future, and we're just kind of scratching the surface and kind of understanding its possibilities. So from 2015, my role has been to kind of drive the ecosystem over here. I founded Immersion, which is India's first VR film festival and conference. Then I've got XROM. It's a marketplace. It's a buy, sell, rent, e-com, the first of its kind of platform over here. So what I try to do is kind of create accessibility, because in India the problem over here is if a developer is trying to acquire a product, there are people over here who scam you, as in like a $300 Oculus VR headset, you get it for double the rate. So I'm trying to create an accessibility over here and create an ecosystem. So I'm really delighted and honored to be part of this ecosystem, and it's great to see so many startups, so many students taking this technology, because I believe in this decade itself, if you kind of leverage these tools, it's going to create great transformation. So we have 3 teams over here for the hackathon model. The first one is, I think we've already done the introduction. So, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to what you guys have in store. Yeah, so I'll let you guys take over from here. All the best.
Okay, Dr. Rajan.
Yes.
So you can now please start the session. So Mr. Adil has given the introduction. So please start the session. I'm leaving this one. I'm joining the session 2. Okay.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Suraj, exit.
Dr. Rajan, please, you can start now.
So we'll follow the same sequence as you have shared.
Right here.
Okay, fine. So maybe we invite the first team in that case. Who will going to present?
Subham Gargis.
Gargish.
Yes, sir.
So you can start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, can I please get the access to share my screen? Is there any?
Yes. Prashant? They have not been given access to share the screen?
No, they can share. All can present.
Sir, I'm not able to because open shared tray I am able to, but
Just a minute then. Just a minute.
yes.
Hello?
ठीक है क्लियर है
So guys, you need to open the share tray, and once you open the share tray, you will see on the left side there is a desktop thumbnail. Probably it will be showing you a couple of thumbnails, so you can click the desktop thumbnail and you should be on.
Swam Gargis, can you able to share now?
No, sir, not yet. I'm opening the share tray. Now more actions, but not able to share. Yeah.
Maybe we allow the next in line,
okay.
Mr.
Right.
Nayak, and in the meantime you try to fix the problem.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll correct it soon.
Yeah. So do you have Mr. B. Nayak?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So can you please share your screen?
Yes, give me a second, please. So I hope you should be looking at my screen.
Yes, yes.
And first of all, I would like to thank you everybody here. It has been a wonderful session since the morning. And
maybe you can make the full screen if possible.
Yes, I will do that. Yes. So what we have done here is we have put together this 2-3 slides presentation here just to acquaint ourselves with you all. And apart from that, when we applied for this hackathon, we were very excited that this is probably going to happen live, but unfortunately, it's not happening live. So we have arranged for some streaming options here so that we can show you what kind of initiatives we are taking. So to begin with, my name is Ben Nayak. So and I'm one of the co-founders of with ForwardEye Consulting. We are primarily a learning and development or workforce solutions provider. What?
Are we going to introduce us now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So we started operations in the year 2015, and because our background is coming from an area where we develop and deploy workforce performance solutions in the form of e-learning courses, in the form of performance support solutions, etc. In 2019, when we started investing and doing research and development around VR and AR solutions, unfortunately, 2020 went into the pandemic madness, but we somehow continued our R&D our goal here is to offer, or apply and research and apply the application of virtual reality and augmented reality solutions into workforce development. So towards that, what we are doing here is we are trying to build a modular library or a curriculum of VR based content that could be used and reused and distributed across various similar industry segments. So that's what we are doing here. And to do that, our whole objective here is where, for example, we develop a set of VR content or a curriculum and make it modular so that it could be distributed and reused again and again across various training objectives, various performance objectives. Okay. And there are several use case scenarios we identified. Just wanted to quickly recap here. Since we started as an organization, we started providing learning and development solutions to our customers, primarily in the US and UK. We've been very fortunate to work with some organizations. So just a snapshot of these organizations who we've been working since 2016 till present. And so one way is what we're doing is we are creating use case scenarios and presenting to our customers and taking their feedback. Okay, and they've been giving us very, very productive feedback so far. Now, the whole idea here and the motivation here is the concept of learning through scenarios. So we learn through practical scenarios, and that is the best form of learning. And when these practical scenarios we are able to recreate them across a virtual realm. Okay, that is where we are allowing users or learners or students to experience what is practical into a virtual world out there, and it becomes realistic and authentic. So the learning transfer that happens typically is 76% as compared to traditional learning or training methods. So VR or AR experiences, it has been reported that they deliver 76% of a learning transfer as over to 36 or 37% of traditional methods. Now, I wanted to share quickly some use case scenarios that we have built in the last couple of years, 2019 till date. So we approached some, now because we said our goal here is to create a library curriculum of VR content, and our model here is to deliver this library content or curriculum via a model which we call a shared success lab. So we invite industry giants or corporates from similar industries to come and give us, itemized lists of what kind of curriculum they're looking at. In that attempt, what we have done is we have created majorly 2 or 3 use case scenarios, where one is for, let's say, pharmaceutical industry, the second one is for skilled trade workers. We have created 4 or 5 use cases scenarios where what we are doing is we have created assets, we have created simulations, and these virtual assets we are able to reuse again into several simulations across several performance objectives. I would like to share quickly what kind of use cases we are talking about here. Now, what I'm going to do here is request my colleague to just go ahead and try and show us a couple of use case scenarios. So, this entire session becomes experiential. So the first one is where we worked for a customer in the retail segment. So in the restaurant segment. Okay. So I'm requesting my colleague here to just open up that one. The whole idea is to now in a scenario where we've been all affected by the pandemic and training has become more imperative. Human performance, skill improvement has become more imperative. So this is an experience that we built for servers or waiters of a global restaurant chain, and the users can actually go ahead. So this is what we are saying is that across the restaurant industry, we are creating a library of assets that can be reused, and it could be reused for different roles, different kind of skill improvement objectives. Here in this case, this example is for servers. Now, a server is typically one who takes an order and ensures that he fulfills that order in a particular manner. So just one example of, let's say, a specific order coming up on the screen. And this is the entire kitchen here that was programmed. And one can actually go ahead and pick those orders correctly, okay, and assemble it in the assembly area on the tray and then deliver it. In case the server does some mistakes, in case he assembles a wrong order, he gets a diagnostic feedback after delivering. And so the whole idea here is learning through a scenario. But the biggest benefit here is allowing workers or employees or staff the freedom to fail. Okay, so learning both from correct paths and learning from incorrect paths as well. So this was one use case scenario we quickly wanted to share with you. Then there is another use case scenario where we, as I mentioned, we working with some pharmaceutical organizations, and I would request my colleague to close this now and go to the other one. So in the pharmaceutical space, today I think a variety of liability or regulatory trainings, compliance trainings have become very, very important. And when we're talking about vaccinations, when we're talking about medicines, manufacturing, so again we have been able to create some proof of concepts here. And what we are seeing is that increasingly these manufacturing companies are coming back and sharing their thoughts in terms of how they can leverage this training. This is one example here that was developed for clean room cleaning and sanitization methodologies. And similarly, there have been other use case scenarios. So here, this particular simulation focuses on how to use, mopping in the correct procedure. So in the clean room, okay. So you can actually go ahead and show the video here, so that before the users try something, they can actually see the actual procedure here. So as you see here, the moment the user starts, and it provides the correct procedure of mopping here. So which is a lazy S-shaped procedure here in the shape of 8s. That's the right procedure here. And Prasanjit, if you can just go on to the video, we can see how it compares to the video of the actual procedure here. So our whole objective here is to allow users to learn by looking at these videos and these interventions, and then try them in a risk-free area, commit mistakes, get diagnostic feedback, and improve upon performance. So, all right, gentlemen, I think those were some of the use cases we could gather to share with you today. I would now let you ask any questions if you have, or pass it to the next team. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, Mr. Nayak, for showing us some wonderful applications, which does have some recent applications. One of the important aspects I would willing to just ask you about your work is how do you visualize such type of application with respect to Indian context, and that too particularly in eastern part of the country?
See, so visualize, the way we visualize is, for example, in the eastern part of the country, skilled trade workers, and that specific area is a big area, is what we feel. Okay, so when we are talking about people who are being trained in carpentry, people who are being trained in machine handling, etc., etc., that is a big area where we see application of virtual reality can change the face of workforce performance improvement. And even if the way we look at the scale, the economies of scale, okay, where we have a huge amount of effort going on into our ITIs and other engineering colleges and other places, and the way we see that if you can interest learning leaders, and other stakeholders, we could create these kind of success labs, and which would incur one time investment, but at the same time can be used and reused over a period of time to kind of help people understand how to learn without fearing failing or taking the wrong path.
Okay, so have you provided some sort of such ARVR support anywhere in India in past?
Not in India, because as we are a startup, as you would understand, that it's very important for us to give me a second. Yeah, for us to first of all, create a financial basis for us. Yes, we have because we started with our customers in the US and UK. Recently, in India, we've been working with certain pharmaceutical companies. The examples that we showed you were actually handcrafted for organizations like Syngene, Dr. Reddy's, etc. So, been working with a partner, not directly as their development partner, but yes, we've been creating these use cases and showcasing these use cases to prospective customers in India in the last 6 months.
So how do you want to, of course, thanks first of all for participating in this hackathon, but at the same time, how do you think that your whatever you have been doing, will you be able to come and work in collaboration, let's say to start with our center here at IIT Bhubaneswar? Do you think that it is feasible?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. See, our focus here, because right now what we're doing is we are a service provider, okay, and even in our model, when we started in Bhubaneswar, our model was to get people from right from their walks, out of the engineering colleges, and train them into these technologies. Okay, so that is what we've done in the last couple of years, and the people who have built these examples that you saw are right from their engineering colleges. And the whole purpose of joining here and trying to understand this whole initiative of VARCoE is to understand how this initiative would be facilitating outreach, okay? And so one side there is fulfillment, the other side there is demand, okay? And in India, we see a huge application of VR AR when it comes to training specifically, okay, which is our forte. So yes, we do think that there is a huge scope where we could actually partner with this initiative and help organizations leverage VR AR as a very strong potential technology.
Okay, thank you. So,
if I may ask a
sure.
couple of questions.
Please.
Nayak, if you could talk about a little bit about a business model and address a couple of points when it comes to servicing virtual reality applications specifically in India. One is that we being a very cheap labor market, how do you wish to address blue collar workers handling such expensive equipment? And what is your strategy in battling costs incurred per unit, or to deploy it in a particular service center? So what is your strategy on that, long term speaking?
That is where I mentioned this specific thing, which is you very true. I mean, typically when when it comes to the equipments, the hardware, this entire technology is costly, and any one organization, unless it is a multinational company with the budgets, is lesser far chance. Okay, so that is where we think a shared services model is going to do wonders. We are proposing this to organizations, and we are seeing some traction there. A shared service model is where, like I said, if there are 3 pharmaceutical companies, let's say, or if not companies, let's say 3 colleges or institutes that are training into the same areas, okay, skill areas basically. If we can propose and we can help them understand to adopt a shared services model, so the infrastructure, the content, the curriculum, the entire cost can be shared between 3 or 4 organizations, right? And we come as their managed partners, their partners. So that model is definitely going to be a viable model. And we've seen this model very, very successfully being implemented in other countries, in US specifically, typically in the higher education, and vocational education segment.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for answering.
You're welcome, sir.
So, can I ask? I do have 2 questions for that.
Yes, please.
Please.
Hello, Mr. Naik. Thanks for your presentation. So, I do have 2 questions. If have you identified your competitors in this segment, and if you have identified them, how you are going to comply to those solutions that those people are giving as a service as of now? That is the first question. And second is, you have already mentioned that one of the use cases like machine fitting and all that. So fitting a machine, servicing a machine through virtual reality, now that is okay in layman language. If someone if a trained person wants to see how to service this, a new machine is there, then that is okay. But if a layman is there to address that how to service or how to fit a machine in the virtual reality, then it will be little bit a vast difference is there in the virtual reality and the real one. So how you are going to address this complicacy and these challenges?
Sure. That's a nice question. Thank you so much. So when we are talking about using virtual reality into this type of training, and let's say a new person comes who's never been trained in fitting a machine, there are 2 kind of solutions that we develop. And because we come from the training domain, so we exactly know how, and our job is to develop solutions where we offer guided, navigation or guided instructions to users to self-learn. Okay, so quickly answering question is one way of doing that is through virtual reality is showing them part of the solution involves showing them instructions that help the learners learn about different specific parts of a machine and the assembly. Second part of the solution would involve providing diagnostic feedback on how the user performs in assembling one part with others. So for example, the user picks up part A and tries to connect with part 2, whereas part B, whereas the correct combination should be part C. That is where guided information, guided diagnostic feedback could be provided to the user in form of audio visuals, and that is where the user can be guided. So that is one way of providing guided learning to the users. The second area is providing a blended solution, I would say. When I say a blended solution, which means one is a completely open path solution, where the user can go and fit the try assembling the machine as he or she feels, but at the same time we can use AR as a performance support solution on the mobile phones of the user. Okay, so we have a machine which has markers on it, so the user goes and uses his or her mobile phones using an AR app and learns about different parts and additional information about how to use that part or how to use the steps of assembly. Okay, so just in time information can be provided for aiding or guiding the user via AR as a performance support tool. So using AR and VR to complement each other and helping a new learner learn something very technical, very different will actually be wonderful.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Naik. About the competitors,
yes.
any comments?
Yeah. So competitors, because we have in the last 4 years we've typically started from the outside market. Okay, India has already become mature when it comes to VR development, design and development. So there is a lot of competition here, and that is where I think and like one of our friends just questioned me about how do we look at the cost effectiveness and other things, the economy of scale of this solution, this technology as solution. That is where the game is going to play, and we have a very unique model in our mind, which we call the shared success lab model number 1, which is about creating consortiums that can share one solution tailored to each of them. So that is one. Second thing is we have a very unique development and delivery model, which we call the hyperscale learning and development. It allows, for the project sponsor who's going to spend money on that, okay, it allows unlimited iterations or customizations until they see the big results they want. Okay, so that's a very unique model. If I had some time, I would love to expand on it, maybe in later sessions. But that model basically allows any project sponsor to take up a project and customize the project, tailor it to their own needs without impacting the budgets, the timeline, etc. Okay, and that model allows us to, from a developer standpoint, from a business standpoint, it allows us to develop in terms of very low cost resources and deliver cost effectiveness to our customers as well. And that is where we say a very unique advantage over our competitors in the market, in India specifically.
Thank you, Mr. Naik. Thank you.
Anybody has any other question? If not, then let's thank Mr. Naik for his good work and presentation. Thank you, Mr. Naik. We'll get back to you once we are over with the session.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have the next in line? Arvind. Is Mr. S. Arvind around?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I please present?
Yeah, please start your presentation.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, it is audible.
Hello.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Sir, this is Shubham Gargarish. Can I please present now? Or
are you ready with your presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe let's have this S. Arvind now, and after that you can present.
Sir, actually, I am having some
Sir, we don't have any problem presenting later.
Okay, no problem. So in that case, is it Shubham Gargish who will be presenting
Yes.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please share your screen.
So, is my screen visible now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, fine. So, good afternoon to all the panelists present here. Today, I, Shubham Gargarish from Chitkara University, Punjab, is going to present my application named EduGeo. So, what was the basic problem?
Can you please orient your microphone properly?
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, we'll be discussing about the problem. What was the basic problem? Why we switched, why we decided to move towards this project. So conventional way of learning are fundamentally based on two-dimensional object and text that actually take away the experience of the real world from the learners, which in result decreases the enthusiasm and attention during the teaching session. Over 1 crore students appear for examination every year in India. More than 47% students of age 14 to 16 are not able to correctly answer a time calculation question and even geometric concepts clearly. 56% of the students could not divide a triple digit number with a single digit number and visualize it. While learning mathematics, students often find it difficult or lose interest due to complexity of the subject. An interactive AR geometry learning assistant, EduGeo, is developed particularly to enhance the students' memory retention. So this is the solution we proposed. EduGeo aims to teach concepts like vector addition, dot product, cross product, direction cosine, and scalar product to 12th grade students so as to improve their spatial ability, reduce cognitive load, and enhance memory retention. So this picture below represent or you can see the pictorial graph of my image of my application. So this is the augmented view, the tablet holder, and the marker, which is the part of my kit. So this is the part of the solution. First of all, as I discussed vector addition. So this is how the augmented view of vector addition represent. So this is the, I will play the video for the same for better understanding. So this is the UI of my project. We'll be having 3 buttons: learn, test your knowledge, and the user manual. The learn button will be there to learn the various activities, which is the part of the application, like dot product, cross product, addition or subtraction. Test your knowledge will be after learning. After learning, the student can test their knowledge, and the user manual tells us about how the application runs. Uh, so if we click on the learn button, we'll be having all the application which we discussed: vector addition, position vector, cross dot product, scalar product, and direction ratio. So clicking on the vector addition, you can see the brief description about the vector addition, what the vector addition is. And there is 2 buttons present there. One is for activity. You can learn how vector addition basically works. And another one is for example. You can learn with the help of real-time example if you wish. So as to enhance the student memory retention so that they can relate the activity with the real time and they can learn the concept easily. So these are the 2 buttons present there. After clicking on the activity button, we need to place all the markers. We are having 4 markers in our application. One is O marker, as I have placed here. After placing the O marker, the student can visualize the graph, which is a 3D graph. All the X, Y, and Z directions you can visualize here in the augmented view clearly. The student need not to carry the graph every time. The kit is having the markers, and the student need not to carry the graph for learning or for practicing the questions. Sorry. So after placing the marker O, you can see the X, Y, Z coordinates. All the coordinates are clearly visible. And this is how vector A and vector C, the student can move the placement of the vectors, all the vectors, vector A and vector C easily. As the student move the placement of A and C, the topmost of the screen, the topmost, right topmost, you can visualize the uh, formula for vector addition. A B vector plus B C vector is equals to resultant vector. So student can easily correlate how the vectors are moving and how there is a relation built up between the formula and their answers, which is the resulting answer. So R here represent the resultant of the addition. As we move the marker, the resultant vector changes its value accordingly. Clicking on the back button. If we select on the real-time example, the student can learn with the help of a real-time examples. Say we have taken an example of aeroplane, a plane, through which we can have symbolize three directions, which is three vectors: wind vector, flap vector, and motion vector. As we move the as we move the this slider of flap, the motion can change and the student can relate the same with the addition. So same is with the position vector. The formula is being given. As the student moves the vector A and B, the resultant will be provided as the red line shows the resultant vector, and the result will be shown here as well in the topmost. This is the dot product again. So again the cross product, and one of the example which I have recorded for the video activity. So why only 3D vectors? Because it has been considered as a very difficult topic and requires a lot of visualization in three-dimensional area, which actually is not possible with the help of textbooks for the students. The students cannot relate
Do you have
it
any other
easily.
examples apart from this vector? You will also going to demonstrate some other example?
Sir, actually, this is the part of 3D geometry which I have covered all the concept of 3D geometry for the students, and the real-time examples like this.
Good.
If the student wants to cover the how the torque is related to the force, and the so student can learn with the help of real-time examples too.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
So this is how the torque works. So the students not only can learn the activity but also can relate their activity with the real-time example. So this is the scalar product, and rest of the, if I talk about the rest of the 3D geometry that has been added to our future scope. So this is the business model. We follow subscription model for our for this. The starter kit of EduGeo will cost rupees 1500. That includes marker and tablet holder or phone holder, and with the additional payment of rupees 500 every 4 months, the kit would provide advanced features like weekly assignments, question answers mode, teacher student interaction mode. So the features of my application or the kit is: engaging augmented reality lessons have been provided, personalized learning journal is given, this application has been mapped according to the ICSE and CBSE board, and interactive engaging questions has been provided to the students so as to better understanding and interaction. Customer segments: schools, parents and students are the part of will be the part of the customer segment of our application. Future will be targeting to trigonometry, exponential and logarithmic functions visualization, matrix calculation visualization, application of integrals and derivatives, three-dimensional geometry. So the competitive landscape of our application, we have searched for similar applications, AR Protector, GeoGebra, Cyberspace, and AR Interactive Book, and compare all the application with our. No application is covering all the topics which has been covered in their in the students K-12 textbooks. We have mapped according to their syllabus so that they can easily learn and relate the concepts, and also the real-time examples have been provided. So we have tested our application and got it approved from 5 schools and 6 tuition centers. These are some of the images attached. So we have filed a patent for the same, and this is my team. I am Shubham Gargarish. Gurvinder Singh is the developer, and Archana Mantri is the Vice Chancellor of our university. Awards and recognition, I have got a funding of rupees 2 lakhs from Newgen IEDC DST. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shubham. So, anybody has any question?
Yeah, I'll start. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Shubham, can you talk about why have you chosen to go with VARCoE instead of a OpenCV based tracking module?
So the reason of choosing VARCoE is that we can use better tracking in that case, because VARCoE provides better tracking as compared to any other.
Is that the only reason?
Yes, sir. It is the only reason, because we are developing many applications, as we are having AR/VR specific lab in our university. We are not only working on मतलब if I talk about कि हम लोग किस पे काम करते हैं, तो हम लोग ना सिर्फ learning पे काम कर रहे हैं, हम hospitality पे और clinical पे, medical पे हमारी lab जो है वो बहुत मतलब vast level पे काम कर चुकी है सर. So if I'll say that VARCoE is used for better tracking, and multiple marker detection is easy in that case. So this was the only reason, sir, to use VARCoE. Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Okay, so maybe the next team.
Thank you everyone.
Yes, Arvind.
Yes, sir. We will be starting our presentation.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Good afternoon to all. First, I would like to thank everyone for giving us this wonderful opportunity for participating in WAVR 2021 Hackathon event. We are the team from MKC. We would like to present our project on virtual museum and agrotourism. Let's get into the presentation. Virtual reality engages participants through immense experience of imaginary or real three-dimensional physical environment. Nowadays, different websites are available for many travel packages in all places over the world. We have many difficult in searching for best package. But this project we will create a virtual view of that places to the tourist with new experience. The tourism spot before making their trip using virtual reality. Next destination would be museum available in a selected location. In this virtual museum, resources have various purposes, functional features, and many different audiences. We also provide details and information about this historical heritage, culture, sculpture, and farming in this place. In farming, resources like crops and livestock is discussed for interactive three-dimensional animation. We can look about the cultivation of crops done by the farmers. We can see how actually the work takes place and how farmers cultivate the crops. Problems we face for tourism. A customer finds it very difficult to search for the best packages as he or she has to browse multiple websites, contact many travel agents, and select the desirable package. Our product is affordable, and everyone would like to experience virtual tourism, and this project mainly deals with the problems faced by the tourists, virtually solving their problems. In museum, in museum, every guide of the museum doesn't have the all knowledge about the object or sculpture or painting or anything that's present in the museum. If the guide were absent, the visitors can know about the thing. In some museum has an alternate guide, but the museum does not have these facilities. We can use our product to learn about these objects or sculpture present in the museum.
Mr. Arvind, is it possible to go to full screen mode?
Sir, give me a second.
That's fine, then you can continue, no issues.
Sorry for the trouble, sir. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Sir, for farming, people in this generation doesn't know about agriculture. They have no idea or knowledge about agriculture. And students who are studying BSc agriculture cannot experience agriculture practically. So in this product, we are giving solution for those who likes to learn about agriculture and tourism and museum, sir. The following slides will be explained by Sri Darshan, sir.
You got disconnected. Arvind? Yeah.
Sir, is it visible now, sir?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. The following slide will be explained by Sri Darshan, sir.
Guys, what exactly is the problem? What are we waiting for here? Is there a problem?
Sir, actually, we have some network issues, sir. That's it. Now we are okay with it, sir.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Shall I continue, sir?
Yes, please.
So these are the solutions we have rectified for the following problem description. We are in tourism brought up the ideas of marketing which can be designed as providing memorable and fascinating destination in a visual way. Beforehand is a powerful marketing tool. VR tourism has a great strength. Sorry, sir. VR tourism has a great strength that is when able to experience the being, their feeling, thus giving us user another reason to adore it more. VR tourism make the users the heart of the location that he or she choose, and by providing them full access over the virtual journey. It makes sure not to invade their private virtual travel and makes it easier to imagine themselves as at the place. A virtual booking interface can be another important thing that must be mentioned, which is a recent development where users have the privilege of booking their tickets on their described package while wearing a virtual headset, thus creating a unique broad engagement and provide a travel experience of those who cannot travel. This project gives an idea of two virtual made of tourism works and how it would be implemented in real world. The high quality experience provided by this application helps the tourism to choose a better destination and also provide an additional information about the chosen place. Next, the solution for the virtual museum.
If you have some,
We process the system and augmented reality application for the AR museum.
please show that.
In the proposed system.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
If you have some demonstration which you can show, that will be better rather than these wordings what you are trying to show. Of course, we have understood its importance, but if you have some video or some demonstration which you want to show, please share that.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Let me show you the.
Sir, we will be sharing our implementation, sir.
So please go to that directly. Go to that.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. This is the implementation part, sir, which is implemented for the virtual museum. So this is the 360-degree view, sir, of a particular room.
So we can, for the mode developing process, we can create a mode rooms and merge it, sir. So we have completed the VR project for 30%, sir. And we also implemented this project in AR also. So you can look around it. So we are just now only learning about the VR, sir. We are just initial, sir. So we have just created what we know.
Guys, whatever you're using is, are you going beyond 360 images? Are there any interactions involved in this? What exactly is your plan in showcasing, 360 tours or virtual tours of a museum?
Yes, sir. We also we just completed 30%. So the additional development is when we show any sculpture or any skeleton, that information will be displayed and it will be played as a video, sir. Audio mode. It will be displaying that information about that sculpture or any skeleton.
What is the kind of platform that you're looking to deploy this, and how do you plan on earning revenue out of this project if it were to go ahead?
Sir, now we have used a platform like Unity Hub, sir, for implementing this.
By platform, I mean your deployment platform, not your development platform.
Sir, we'll be developing the Android, sir.
Sorry?
Sir,
Yes,
we
let
will
me ask
be
the
using
question.
Android platform for developing our products. Sir.
Let me ask the question again. Where do you plan on publishing this tool of yours? On a mobile phone, on a virtual reality headset, on WebXR, or is it going to be cross-platform? What is your plan on where this tool or this visualization tool will be deployed?
Sir, we are implementing in Android platform. No, we will be using Google Play Store for publishing our products. Sir.
So it is going to be a phone-based experience. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that Cardboard and Daydream is deprecated?
Come again, sir.
Do you know that Google has stopped supporting the Daydream and the Google Cardboard SDKs because it is very, very harmful to utilize phone for a virtual reality experience?
Sir, unfortunately, we didn't know that. Sir.
No problem. All right. All right. What is your plan on making revenue out of this platform? Is there a plan that you guys have built? A business plan?
Sir, we are gonna give this to tourist agents and tourism agent and for study purpose, sir. For students to learn about agriculture and historic sculptures, etc.
Okay, let's just focus on tourism. Have you asked any tourism agent or anyone just dreaming to maybe go to Paris or something? Whether they're willing to pay even 50 rupees, 100 rupees for a one-time experience? Have you tried doing that?
Yes, sir. They are very eager to experience VR tourism, sir.
All right. Over to you, Rajan sir, if you have any further questions.
And what, sir? Sir, I cannot understand what you're asking, sir. Can you ask once? Hello, sir. Am I audible?
All right. Is this the end of your presentation? Shall we close it, or is there anything else that you wish to showcase?
No, sir. There is another project to implement, sir.
Go ahead.
It's about tourism, sir.
Keep it quick. Go ahead.
So this is the implementation of the tourism, sir.
Could you explain
So,
what exactly is happening?
yeah, sir. There is a video have implemented in it, sir, which will be visualized by the customer.
Are these videos captured by you?
No, sir. We have imported from the website, sir.
So could you please explain me what exactly is the work that you guys have done in this?
So these are the outline presentation of the VR, sir. What we have up.
No, kindly be a bit more elaborative. The question that is being asked, try to answer it to the point. Try to go a bit deeper into what exactly you have implemented. Sir is asking some valid question. Please try to answer that.
Yes, sir. When the customer wears the VR kit, after wearing the VR kit, they will be lively experiencing the location, what they have chosen.
No, I think what you are missing is we are trying to understand what all you have, developed, and what all you have, as you mentioned, as sir was asking, that have you taken these photographs yourself? So you said you have imported from somewhere. So can you please elaborate what is your contribution to the whole project? What all you have taken, what all you have developed?
Sir, actually, which have already I have said that we are just an initial, so we just imported our videos into it, and we are viewing what the tourist can view. Actually, it's an under development, sir. After developing, the customer can view the lively experience of the tourist, what they are expecting.
Okay, so let's just assume that your plan goes through. How exactly do you plan on capturing worldwide experiences to put on your platform and then be able to share uh, with the consumers? Have you done any research on that, on how much it would either cost you, what kind of requirements, what kind of equipment will you need for you to create such library of content, for you to be able to then make a sale to another agent or whosoever the viewer is? Have you done any research on that?
So you are from which part of the country?
India, sir.
No, which part of the country?
Tamil Nadu, sir.
So have you visited, let's say, some touristic site, in Tamil Nadu itself, and try to capture that and then try to implement through your system?
Sir, we just started to implement our project 3 days ago, sir. So we used online materials and resources to create a prototype, sir. We will be developing our product after this presentation, sir. So we will be implementing, capturing videos and using those
Fine, I think.
to develop our product, sir.
Okay. So, sir, do you have any other question?
No, I think we can end it here.
Okay. So, anybody has any other questions to be asked by these contestants? If not, I will request contestant to stop sharing the video and please, you can exit from this particular group now. Soumya?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Soumya? Soumya, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
All right, sir. I guess these were the three contestants. So I'll just do the closing notes. Thank you everyone for presenting your projects. We hope to see you on the closing ceremonies and award distributions. Thank you everyone for being a part and listening in.
Sir?
Yes.
So myself, Soumya, sir.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Sir, these are not closing, right? Because the two were also mentioned. Our presentation was also there. Hello?
Please tell again.
Our presentation was also there. So will it be in? Will there be another session for that, or what will be there?
Man, who is speaking?
I am Harshvardhan Dave. We are enrolled as the name of the Ankit Bhurane. So.
Oh, I think you are in the other group. You are in the another group. Harshvardhan, you are in the other section, not in this one. Not in this one.
So do we need to join that meet immediately?
No, you be there. You be there, Ankit. You be there. Your number is 4503, last 4 digit.
Yes.
Yeah. So you be around. It is for the 2 parallel session are going on. So we are in the another session.
Okay.
But sir, he needs to join another link, I guess. It's not happening in this link because the timing for both the sessions are 3 to 5:30.
Yeah, you need to join the other link, Harsh. The other link. There are 2 links that are shared. Please join the other link.
Yeah. So these.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I'm joining there.
Yeah. So
I have one question, gentlemen. Can I ask quickly?
Yes, please.
So since we are also a participant, we were trying to understand if and we wanted to see what other people are doing. Is it possible that we can also be a silent spectator, or do we have to exit?
This is the last session on this particular channel. I'm not sure whether we can give you access to the other channel. So I'm assuming this is the end of things.
Yeah. So if you have been shared with the option of joining other channel, you can do that. But for this particular channel, this is the last session. So we are closing here from now.
All right. Understood. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah. So we'll log out now. Soumya Prakash, maybe we need to. So since not now, do you want to discuss now or maybe later?
We'll discuss later.
Yeah. So please coordinate Soumya that part.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'm signing out then.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then you can discuss and finalize the marks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
We have how many? 8? Professor Satpathy, we have 8 teams to present, or how many today we have?
No. Four. 2 are gone.
4.
This is the third one.
Okay, 2 are done. 2 more.
I'm not
Okay.
sure one team is present or not. I'm not. One team has not come yet. Saswat?
Okay, let's have this.
Is that team of Mr. Ankit Bhurane? Because we joined the another link by mistake.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. Ankit, you will be invited to present now. I just want to whether Saswat's team is there or not. Looks like he's not. So Ankit, you can start.
All right, so I'm here by sharing my screen. Meeting. Just a quick check. May I know whether my screen is clearly visible and I'm audible?
Clearly visible. Plus, please go to the next slide.
Yeah, thank you. So,
slide.
Okay.
Yes, it is visible. Fine.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So my name is Dr. Ankit Bhurane. I'm assistant professor working at VNIT Nagpur. So I'm here with my other team members to present what is a virtual patient-doctor interaction system. So we'll be moving on to the demo very quickly as soon as we just discuss the problems and the solutions here. So imagine a scenario where we want to train a lot of doctors very efficiently, and we have got very limited
Ankit, can I ask you something? Dr. Ankit, one second.
Yes, please.
We had shared a template with you. Are you making this presentation as per the template, or is it your template?
Except this one slide, I have just made it in at the beginning. I've presented that with the slides that have been shared with us. So you can see that that's the problem, the solutions, and all.
Please go ahead.
All right. So yeah, imagine a situation like yeah, sure. Sir.
Can you slides and let me check whether it is
yes, sure. Still visible, sir?
Yes, and go to the next slide.
Now?
Yes, it's fine. Continue.
Okay. So I was talking about the scenarios where we need to train, medical doctors. We need to train the upcoming doctors who are going to be, going through that 5 years of program. Where again, imagine a scenario when we need to train in the institutes which are providing the medical educations, or imagine a scenario where a student wants to freely learn it apart from whatever has been learned in the classrooms or in the labs. So here we have with what is called as a virtual patient-doctor interaction system, where we try to simulate the hospital and the patient model through a virtual reality. And this was possible only if this wouldn't be possible without any help or collaboration with the medical institutions. So here is our team. The team consists of medical doctors from Ravi Nair Physiotherapy College, DMM Swardha. So Dr. Vaishnavi is there with us. Along with us, we have some BTech students from two institutes, VNIT Nagpur and IIIT Nagpur. So we have with us Saurav, Harsh, and Abhishek. So these are the main frontline workers who are students who are actually working on the augmented reality and all sort of programming. I'm actually managing all sort of collaboration and the ideas. Dr. Vaishnavi is there to help us in the medical inputs for the medical inputs. So these problems can be well explained from medical experts. So I'm here with Dr. Vaishnavi. Over to you to explain the problems, please.
Sure, sir. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. Okay, myself.
Dr. Vaishnavi, you are not properly audible.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Vaishnavi, please be loud.
Hello.
Or in front of the microphone, very close to the microphone, please. Not yet.
No.
Now?
Yes, very clear.
Yes.
Okay, so a very good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Vaishnavi. I'm a physiotherapist from Ravi Nair Physiotherapy College, as Ankit sir introduced me. So before discussing the problems what we face in medical education or during our training session, it is said by Jenny Edwards before coming to that technology can become the wings that will allow the educational world to fly farther and faster than ever before if we will allow. So before discussing the problem, let me introduce to the medical education system. So since the medical education system, okay, or the healthcare profession is evolving with increase in knowledge and tremendous advances in technology as per the emerging need of the society and community. So we have designed our curriculum which is based on competencies. That is, it's a competency based curriculum where we have defined the outcomes of our program. So what we expect, in the position, what we expect from physician or a pass out student. Okay, so they have defined various competencies as student, as clinician, as critical thinker, as a researcher.
Madam, again there is some audio problem.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, perfect.
Now clear.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, it's perfect. Perfect, ma'am.
Okay, may I continue?
Please.
Please.
Okay, so what we expect from a physician that or a student who will
Okay.
I think there is some problem with the
Harsh, please
mic.
Please continue. Take on.
Yes. Yes. So the main aim of our project is that when the medical students are being trained, what they use is the human resources. Human resources, by the human resources, I mean that when they are being taught the theory, when they are being taught all the concepts, they do the practical on the patient body. But this makes the education confined. What I mean by the education confined is that they have
hello.
That
yes.
Hello.
Dr. Vesh, Harsh is taking up over you. So after some time, maybe we can call up.
Okay, sure.
So they do the practice on the patient.
Yeah. So Harsh, please continue.
Yes, so they do the practice on the patient body, and what they do is they do learn the concept, and they do the practicals on the patient body. This makes the education confined, which is the curse in this technological when we are heading to this technological era. So this gives us bounded education in terms of time, in terms of space, because, and even when I say, let's assume that if it is a pandemic, no one can contact each other, they can't come together. So how will a student learn about what they can do, how they can learn? So this makes the medical education confined. So our main aim to solve this problem of the confined education. And even when I talk about the mannequins that they use in their labs to train them, they are also very costly. But what if we can do something great than that? So Ankit sir, can you please go to the next slide? Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
yes,
Dr.
please.
Vaishnavi, if you can, you can cover up. Audio better. All right. So the problem is about the time confinement, the space confinement. We want to just break the boundaries here, and for that we are introducing this concept, this system. Now, this system is not a kind of a replacement to the medical education. First of all, let me go make this kind of a note. This is a kind of an assistive system that we want to plan and we want to launch. Here are some statistics from the medical institutes. Like we have many medical colleges, still they are very limited, and very quality doctors, they are very limited in India and also abroad. So there are so many students, and also the education is still limited to the labs. They can't like take up the whole kind of mannequin or which they are being trained on the body at their own place, and that's what limits the learning. Now, what is our solution? So the solution is to come up with a kind of a virtual environment, a simulated environment where we can just cope with some of these limitations. So what we have here is a simulated patient model and a completely very realistic or very immersive kind of a hospital or clinic. So we have this patient model, we have the clinic room, we have all sort of accessories that is in fact required, and we can also customize it as per our needs. We also have some examination tools to examine patient body. The patient is going to communicate or interact as is happening in the real world. Along with that, as you can see in the kind of a the photo that is being shown on the right, there are some instructions also given to the operator. So imagine that, okay, if I'm a doctor who's getting trained, so I'll be getting some instruction like how to speak with that model or the virtual model that is there in front of me, and also I may analyze that patient based on his history. I can do some kind of diagnosis based on his history, and do all sort of learning that I usually require to complement the learning that I've learned in the theory. So this is quite realistic and is going to be very immersive. So the simulated patient would consist of a human model which would perform all sort of actions that we expect. Especially in the physiotherapy, we expect the model to walk, sleep, breathe, talk, similar to what a kind of a mannequin. Of course, the mannequin won't be able to walk, but yeah, they can do all sort of simulations that is expected from a typical human body. So we try to just develop this environment, the complete clinical environment in this virtual world, and on which like a people or any kind of doctor can get trained. And not only a student, a doctor will also go through such kind of training sessions. And this is particularly very useful in pandemic situation. Not only in pandemic situation, I mean, you may expect that, okay, what after this? But it's very useful as a student, not only as a when it goes to the MBBS or any kind of doctoral studies, but otherwise also. Now, I would like to show some demonstration which will motivate us further to show like what we are targeting. Here comes the demonstration to show you like how we have been so far. Now, it was very difficult for us to create all this environment, so we took help of, as I said, some doctors at DMIMS Varda, and also we are in talks with AIMS Nagpur, and we here came up with this model. So let me just play this and show it to you. So we have used Oculus for this, and this is a kind of a interaction system, a small clip. Hope you are able to see this video. This is a clinical environment here. Yeah, and we have bought these instruments, as you can see, some stethoscope and other instruments being there. We are also planning to introduce some other instruments like ECG and EEG there as this project progresses. As you can see, whenever the user sees or enters this kind of a virtual scenario, yeah, you will be able to see or hear. Are you able to hear this kind of communication when he says yes, doctor? So this kind of a very interactive system. Yeah. So we can ask some questions based on like, okay.
I would
Yeah.
like to
What is
add
your
a
name?
point here.
Yes, Harsh.
That in the Oculus, when we ask the question, the voice is not recorded. So in this video, the answer of the patient is clearly recorded, and all the answers are done, and the all the ML techniques and all the APIs are which we have used. They are built in this environment, and it can detect the voice as similar to as Google does. So it will detect our voice and it will answer as per our voice. So it will make very similar to when we are interacting with a human body. So now we can continue with this interview part. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Harsh. So taking up from that point, what he means to say is the interaction is voice based. We have not limited that to a text based or click based activities. It's more interactive as we get more immersive while talking to the patients. So in order to make it more immersive, we have done this. So he's just explaining the problem that he is facing, and accordingly, like we will be acting. So user will be just looking at whatever the instructions he is getting on that projection screen, and accordingly he will be acting. So for example, if you want to inspect the patient, he can do that as well. So now he's going close to the patient and interacting with him. As you may see, the patient is breathing, the animation and all is well captured. I'll also explain like what is the process that we have went through. Yeah.
So here are some questions which the student will answer. These questions are mainly for the student training, which student will answer. They see on the screen you can see that what is the position of shoulders, how they are moving, what about the status of the spine and all. So these all things student will answer, and it will let teacher know how much he or she has learned and how far he is going, and also it will let student know that if he had detected the correct one or not. So this is also board we have made here to let them know this.
Yeah, so this is not only kind of a training system, but also kind of an evaluation mechanism that we are targeting. So in that sense also, we can take the examination or evaluation for medical students at next level. So not only that, let me just bring to the examination part of the patient. Yeah, see here. So like what a patient does, what a doctor does, he will simply examine your chest, managing the breathing activities. Now in future, we are planning to include the heart rate monitoring also here, so that it will clearly give the breath rate here. Now, again, the kind of a symmetric or anti-symmetric kind of a movements, we can just examine that from this.
So these questions are being asked to the student what he has observed, are they symmetric or anti-symmetric, or what they are doing. So here this is again the next step. This is the step the doctor used to examine the patient body, whether it's good condition, whether it's in good condition or not, and these all steps they can perform on this virtual body. So this was the one of the main things of our project.
Yeah, these are only a few of what we have explored so far, but it has infinite dimensions. What we are planning after this is we want to just integrate this with haptics, so that haptic glows will give you some kind of feedback when a patient is being touched, or when any kind of breathing activity is being there from the patient's end. So all this kind of interaction, it's going to be very immersive when such interaction or some haptic feedback is obtained from the patients. Yeah, so here's some history or some recordings. This is again simulated. So in future, we would also like to give some kind of a pre-feed values of this chest expansion or breath rate. Yeah. Now this is an example of a stethoscope. So if there is a kind of a instrument that is present, so yeah, can just examine that. Yeah. So this was all for the demo.
So as a prototype, what we have done is we have made it for the respiratory system and the respiratory analysis. So we have made it for the communication. The communication, you mean that the doctor will speak and the patient will answer his queries like what are the problems he have and all the things which doctor asks. Apart from this, the inspection what doctor does. So this was the one of the disease for this prototype stage we have made. Now we can talk more about this. Ankit sir.
Thanks, Harsh. So this is very brief about what we are targeting and what we have been so far. Now, this is unique in several sense. Like this, we have hardly seen any kind of Indian application. There are some certain applications or there are some solutions and products that are available abroad, especially in US universities. But it's very first time in India that this kind of things are happening. We haven't come across, as far as the best of our knowledge, to bring such situations and novel situations in the medical virtual reality scenarios. So this will also be a kind of a contribution in Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative by Government of India, and also we are also planning to stretch this to other diseases very commonly being learned through the medical kind of courses. So not only medical kind of courses, but also for physiotherapy, and also we are expanding it to the gaming also. So how the learning can be more it can be more effective through gaming. So we are also planning that. So for example, if certain exercise has been recommended for a certain patient, so how that patient can go for that exercise, or that can come up with that exercise with that with this kind of simulated environment. Business model, we are planning to make it as a kind of a campus-wide license services. So may it be a kind of a yearly service or term-based service, or module-based services. Module-based means disease-based services, or syllabus-based services, or we can also make it customized one. We are currently targeting just ₹1 per day per student. So that's our target, the business model. And right now we are just confined ourselves to MUHS, Ministry of Health Sciences, Nashik's syllabus. We'll be just expanding this as per the crowdfunding is received, and as the demand grows. Okay, so where's this magic lying? Magic is lying in, as I said, the immersive experience that a user gets. This is completely also a student or any user will be able to understand, feel the scenario at his or her own leisure. So I don't have to go to the lab to just learn some missing out activities that I've missed in the class or in theory. As I said earlier also, this is not going to be a replacement, but this is going to be an assistive tool for studies in order to enhance the medical education. So also the social impact is going to be great for this kind of education technology. Not only this, we can just extend this project or education to the rural areas as well. There, the all sort of technical expertise may not be shifted or may not be available at that moment or at that instance. Especially when the 5G would be coming, this is going to be more speedy. This is going to be more in demand. So that's our plan. So coming 1 or 2 years down the line, we would be there at the peak of business. We expect that at least. All right. So go to market strategy. What we are planning is, first we need to collaborate with the regional institutes. We're already in collaboration with a few of them, but we want to just expand that further. We want to collaborate at national level. First, we'll be speaking to the government organizations or the private institutes, and also the private institutes nearby. We'll be expanding and stretching our reach to multiple states as and when our workforce will be increasing. And then at the national level, we'll be also proposing to Government of India for this. Yeah, as I said, these are not the limits. The limits can be stretched not only for the diagnosis, but also for the analysis of patients, Not only for physiotherapy, we can just extend that for BDS students, MBBS students, and other areas of medical expertise. As I said, we also plan to expand this for haptic kind of feedback interaction. So in order to make it even more effective. So these are the plans for now. So as I said, we have used this team Yatharth has used this VR set, the Oculus one, but we also plan to come up with our own virtual reality headset. That is in fact one of the plans of ISRO. So ISRO has come up with this Yukti Sanhita. So that's two 2021 projects that they have listed on their websites. And VNIT is one of those what is called a Space Technology Incubation Center, STIC, with ISRO. We have recently collaborated with ISRO, and one of the projects with ISRO is to come up with our own virtual reality headset, so that we won't have any kind of dependence on Oculus or Facebook as a privacy concern or whatsoever it may be. So that can also be a kind of a competitive landscape that we are targeting. IP strategy right now, patenting we require the hardware. Unless otherwise it's only the software. We can go for the copyrights, at least for the Indian patent. So we are targeting, like, once this prototype is ready, go for the copyright status. Just register the copyrights for the whatever the software and the modules that we have done so far. And also further, we are also seeking for the industry experts, those who can just give their expertise from the industry end and also the market end. So we are looking for the market and the industry experts, and also the adopters. Okay, so we'll be requiring help for that. So this I've already said. Finances. So the current projection, as I said, will be approaching 3 or 4 more universities. We are not targeting much this year because we know the kind of the work that is required is quite high. So the sales and all may not be that much, or it will be negligible this year. But next year, what we are targeting is by the end of this year, we'll be completing all those side of POC, proof of concepts, and also the demonstration. Initially, it will all be in the beta stage. So we'll be just giving it with the subscription services at least for around, let's say, 3 to 6 months free of cost. And then once we get the demands, we'll be just modifying those services. We'll be doing the customized models and other modules for them. But next year we are targeting a few more grants, Government of India grants, and also the private sectors. So let's see how it goes. All right, so current traction, as I said, we have already demonstrated that. I would like to demonstrate the challenges also that we have faced. So the main challenge was in the animation, because we were having the VR expertise. Some of our students are already there. The animation of breathing, the animations of other animations during the interaction took a lot of effort. So we roped in some animators, some freelancers to collaborate, and we were here with whatever the prototype that we have shown so far. So these were the main challenges. We are towards the end. So here are some glimpses. We have already seen that the patient model, and yeah, so this we are targeting the initial POC. We are targeting for just 2 to 3 lakhs rupees. So around 3.5 lakh rupees. So the hardware will be initially, as I said, we'll be going for the hardware purchasing for around, let's say, 1 lakh or so. We'll be going for Oculus for time being. Main expenditure will also be there in the software part, because we'll have to take care of the honorarium and the expenditure that is involved for the animations and VR. The traveling, because we are nearly situated, because Vardha and us are very nearly situated, so the collaboration institutes are very nearby situations, so it won't be much. And about the legalities for copyrights and all, and other miscellaneous expenses that we have, it's not much. Yeah, so as I said, we'll be requiring the help from the funding agencies. We are also looking for the mentors, especially from the medical institutes and also the training institutes, and also the industry mentors and adopters. So that's all from our end. Dr. Vaishnavi, if you'd like to add to this, if your audio is very clear, you can, or else we'll be ending up the session. Yeah, Dr. Vaishnavi, is your audio clear?
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, very clear, ma'am.
Okay, one more thing I would like to add here is that we have built this complete project or the complete virtual patient based on the various theories of learning, like cognitive, there is cognitism, then cognition, then connectivism, constructivism. We have considered every theories, and based on that we have planned our complete project, and we have gone through lots of literature on this. And the one thing which we have come across is that there are conference paper like for affective domain. When we say learning, so there are various domain like cognitive, psychomotor, and affective one. So affective domain is little difficult to develop through this technology like AR and VR. So for that we'll be using various sensors and all, or emotive devices to further include or to further work on those affective domains. That's all.
One more thing I would like to add here, that in challenges, there is the, when you see about this communication part, when the doctor is speaking and his voice is currently getting voice is correctly getting detected and the patient is answering. This is also one of the challenging parts of it, that when we implement it on the Oculus, this is this is very difficult to do that.
Yeah, actually, the kind of slang, the Indian slangs, it was very difficult to get
in fact we tried
recognized or getting tested. Yeah, yeah. And also cloud-based services, we have tried this Amazon-based cloud services, Google APIs, and whatnot. But this was the best that we could get about the communication part. We are also like still in the transition phase. We can't say that this is very polished thing, but yes, with time we are confident that we will come up with that. So to add to the challenges, these were the communication part was also the main challenge. And in fact, the further challenge, the big challenge would be the haptics that we are planning. In fact, that's going to be the big one.
Yeah, exactly. Psychomotor skill part.
Yeah.
So Dr. Ankit, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's all from my end. Yeah, yes, sir.
So one question is, have you tried this prototype on some actual students, maybe medical students?
So we are planning. Actually, this is my hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. This is actually my medical project only, masters in education, for which I'm building this project. So this virtual patient. So soon we'll be ready with the feedbacks also.
Yeah, so the feedback and all the research is in fact involved in the work of Dr. Vaishnavi. So we took the best collaboration out of it. So as a part of thesis, she'll be doing all the research and also the feedbacks of the medical students. And on technology part, we'll be just integrating that here.
And we have also planned for one randomized clinical trial on this. So that is also under process. Once we are ready with the complete module, this is just a prototype with considering only one disease. We'll be having more diseases.
Ma'am, thank you, because the time slot is over. So Neeraj, your comments, please.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good one. Just seeking some clarity on the revenue model. In one of the slides you presented, it's going to be a subscription model for students, which is about ₹1 a day or something. I read somewhere.
Yeah. So actually, it's not for students. It's campus-wide licenses that we are targeting, and that's for the promotion basis. It's in beta phase. We just show that, right?
So are you saying you're going to be investing on the hardware and leasing it out to the institutes, and then students would be paying as per subscription to them?
No, this is just for the software, not for the hardware, sir. Just for the using the software services. We assume that the VR set is available with the institutes, and if they are not, like, we'll be providing that.
Okay, so that hardware investment has to go from the institute's end.
Yeah.
And this is a software subscription, which
just software, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
actually, I do have a few questions. It's definitely very interesting, and as I can see, when it goes for training for the medical patients, it's the haptics that appears to be the most important thing. How the doctor feel various
exactly.
parts. So examination, the strength,
Exactly.
stiffness of the body, and so on. So so which means that examining different parts of the body would require it appears to me that it would require different kinds of feedback devices.
Yeah, exactly, sir.
So is the
Yeah.
hardware available currently in the market?
Actually, sir,
Need to
actually there
develop
are
like
many
you are talking
hardwares.
about.
Actually, sir, there are many hardwares that are present. A few of them, majority of them are research based. So they have that handle that is ready, and they will simply feel the vibrations of that haptic. So usually haptic models that are available is handle based or some research based. But apart from
So
this, what we have is the haptic glows also. So
currently the available ones are for the automobile industry, where it's a rigid body movement. So whereas you are now targeting for soft membrane,
soft tissues.
Soft tissues. Like in one of your slides, you showed an operation, right? So a surgery being.
I would like to add one thing here, that when we are doing in the Oculus, as you have seen in the video, the hand was moving on his chest and it was doing all those things. So see this one. So what this is the proper testing. So we have accomplished this with the software also. Later on, we will giving it the haptic feedback, which will improve it definitely. But as of now, we have accomplished this with the software also, that this can touch and the student can feel that.
Yeah. So
one more thing I would like to add. One more thing I would like to add. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So we have collider also to see whether the placement is right or not, right or wrong. And when we examine as a doctor, we have a logical and organized pattern or sequencing by which we step by step go towards our diagnosis. So that is also taken care here. And one more thing, we have added sounds also. I think sound effects will be there. Like when we have auscultated, there we get a different sounds from chest depending upon the disease. That is also the part there. So sound effects can also add on that kinesthetic feedback or the haptic gloves, whatever the feedback we get from haptic gloves.
Right. Yeah, I understand. I can also see the trajectory where you are, how you are projecting. I can see that definitely. And without the physical examination, also, I can see that you can do a lot. Like the doctors examine, ask questions, and then diagnose. So that part I can see that the question regarding haptics came because in your funding model, the funds required or any other so the model that you are showing, so you are not including this part. So what is not clear to me. What is not clear to me is like, and again when Mr. Neeraj asked, so you are separating the software and the hardware in your business model.
Yes.
So it's not clear how your product is. You are imagining the product to be. Can they be completely separated out, or?
Yeah, actually, sir, the problem is with the haptic glows that are there, like which is required to experience this kind of scenario. The problem is if you include that at this stage, there are two problems. The first of all, the haptic kind of technology is not that matured currently, and if it is, like there are some instruments that are there, but they are very costly. So the college may not be able to accommodate that or afford that. So what we have done is we have included that on software basis, as rightly said by Harsh. So as you can see it here, the haptic kind of feedback, we may not feel it, but the patient himself is giving a kind of a feedback saying, okay, round or something like that, to indicate that whether that has been pressed properly or not.
Okay. Just one last question.
So it's not we can't like remove, or we can't like keep them isolated. But right now, I think that this is very matured and very futuristic that we are planning as far as the haptics is concerned. As and when we'll be coming across, I'm actually constantly in being in touch with the haptic kind of technology that is evolving. So I'm daily finding out like what is the kind of progress that is happening, and also the cost. Cost is a major issue. So as it will be more matured and cost effective, we shall be planning to include that.
And you spoke about the voice. Are you using Google as a base stack for voice? Is it Google Assistant which is being used here, or is it an independent voice?
No. Actually, sir, we tried many models. Google was also having some problem. We have browsed through various training models. So I think Harsh will be able to tell more about that, because there was the main problem. Google, we tried it, but again, it was like it was giving nice feedback. It was also working properly, but sometimes it was failing. I don't know, like the API was having some problems. So there was a kind of a customized one that was available, which we found. We can just share the link of that, which we have used it, and also we have trained it for our own voices. So that was another challenge that we have faced. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Professor Ponda, any comments?
I have just one question. Professor Ankit, at this current form, has they been deployed anywhere in the medical college? Are the students willing to? Yeah.
Actually, sir, what we did is, the main problem was with the finances, because to do anything we require money. So, and what we did was to first form a kind of an MOU. So we went for the MOU between 3 institutions. So we had MOU of VNIT, Vishweshwarya National Institute of Technology, with DMMS Varda. We have got the collaboration, and VNIT happens to be a mentor institute for IIT Nagpur. So we have got good students from IIT Nagpur. So we are a trio. We are getting some good students who work as a kind of out of their interest on this kind of projects. And out of that MOU, Dr. Vaishnavi and other doctors helps us in giving the input. As far as the funding is concerned, right now we are just managing it through intramural funds or whatever small funds that we can obtain from here and there. I think Dr. Vaishnavi can tell more about that. We do have that facility, but that's very limited. I mean, that's not sufficient for this project to go through. So because
unless you get good number of users and feedback,
Yes.
The second thing is, are you being incubated somewhere? Is it have you formed a? No.
Yeah, actually, sir, we are not like ourselves involved in it, but the kind of software services that's for example, for the animation part, we have got the software services through Sync Consultancy. So Sync is like a small incubation like we have formed, not especially by the students, but in order to serve such kind of services, what we have found is we have taken help from a private limited, that's our own, like we can think of that our own, but not officially as a kind of a disclosed thing. So we rope in the services as and when we are required, because if we just go for them and we recruit people, we have to go for the funds, so that's not there. So as a kind of startup, we are planning to build our own small firm, but right now it's not the case. That's why we are seeking for that, of course.
Yet to form a company?
We are planning, not so private limited is there. We are planning to work under that company, but there are also plans to make our presence separate. If this goes well and if the funding is available.
No, it could. Would you like to be incubated at VARCoE, given a chance?
Yeah. Why not, sir?
But in that case, will it be possible to move physically? It maybe not during pandemic, but during the pandemic we can offer you virtual incubation, and beyond that, would it be possible to move?
Yeah, so I'm working here as a full-time
relocate some of your members. Founders.
Yeah. In fact, sir, what we can do is, I have a better proposition. What we can have is, we have got very talented pool of students here, and who are actually getting trained over such projects over the time. So what we can do is, we can first form a kind of an MOU. If that goes well, we can also send officially our students at your place, and also we can visit at your place, and the same can happen from your end also.
No, it is not.
First, we can just
I am talking about incubation process. It has to be a formal incubation of use of the, because we are going to create extensive facilities here in the incubation, right? All hardware, software, all those, the problems you are facing now in terms of hardware, software, they all will be available here readily for you, right?
Okay.
And as far as medical, the testing of software and or deployment of the product is concerned, platform is concerned, that can be arranged here too. They're not a big issue, right?
Yeah. So physical shifting in the sense for like for semester or an year.
Not semester. What I'm saying is your team of founders. Suppose you form a company, right? There will be 2, 3, 4 people as founders. So long as you're virtually incubating from here, you could be there at your place wherever you are right now, and keep getting the support, remote access to our facilities. But a point will come when actual physical incubation.
We have to visit. Yeah. We understand.
Right.
Yes.
So then you should be able to relocate yourself for some periods of time, for 6 months or 1 year, something. To really, because unless you come out with a flawless product or something, right? This will not be marketable.
So that
eventually, you have to earn money, out of it. I mean, eventually the product should be sellable, and you should be able to earn money out of it. That is the end objective of the whole thing.
Right.
So,
So it is
so fine. Think it over. Maybe we might consider you at some point.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome.
And what are your thoughts on putting this service on MR glasses? Maybe one of the thoughts was you can partner with someone like Geo. They're going to roll out this Geo glasses. I mean, this similar service. They're also looking at content partners, and they'll provide you the entire ecosystem to create something like this, which will come at a much.
Great if you can just get in touch with some of them.
Yeah, I think I can make that connect with you. We'll connect offline on this.
It would be of great help, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Ankit, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, all the members and organizers. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the fourth person, Shashwat Sahu, are you present? Shashwat Sahu, or the team, any team member? So I think Professor Panda, the fourth person is not there.
And we had a hard stop as well at 5, I guess.
Yeah. So I think now I request you all the people except the examiners, please leave the meeting. And thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And thanks to the teams and the audience. It was a highly interactive discussion.